Chapter 3249. Senior brothers, don't be angry. He's just a clown. You don't have to trouble yourselves to deal with him. How about leaving him to me? A pretty figure came in from outside. The disciples who passed by saluted and greeted her. She did not react much and just nodded slightly. This was the strongest expert of the human race. She was the eldest disciple of Her Majesty the Martial Emperor. She was also the only disciple, Bien Xiaoye. Although it had only been 100 years, Bien Xiaoye had thoroughly become famous in the human race. She was known as the first person of the younger generation, although she was still far from becoming a true pillar of the top experts. However, she had cultivated from an ordinary person who knew nothing about cultivation to the Tao-confirming realm in a mere 100 years. Although she had the guidance of Her Majesty the Martial Emperor every day, her own efforts and talent could not be underestimated. Although it is naturally excellent that junior sister Bien is willing to take action, but at this time a young human race expert could not help but say. He looked a little hesitant. It was not that he did not trust Bien Xiaoye, but compared to these people, Bien Xiaoye was also the youngest. Compared to the Emperor realm, the gap of tens of thousands of years was nothing. They were still in the stage of rapid growth, not to mention a gap of decades or hundreds of years. Even a gap of a few years could make a huge difference in strength. They all believed that Bien Xiaoye would be able to defeat all the heroes in the next Tao discussion conference and eventually win the championship. But it was definitely not now. Senior brothers, don't worry. What Julie? He's just a clown. There's nothing to worry about. Bien Xiaoye said with a sweet smile. Moreover, this person insulted my master. He deserves to die for this. Only then did the crowd realize that Bien Xiaoye's aura had completely changed. It had become extremely sharp, especially those outstanding disciples of the human race. It was not their first time seeing Bien Xiaoye, but they had never seen her exude such a terrifying, murderous aura. This was enough to show the anger in her heart. In her heart, Yi Shiwen was not just a master, but also the savior of her father. She would never allow anyone to insult Yi Shiwen. Zhu Li suddenly stood up. Everyone present was a hero among the heroes. Naturally, he could feel Bien Xiaoye's killing intent. However, it didn't matter. He had never put this woman in his eyes. After all, he was already very strong during the last Tao discussion, and he'd made a name for himself at that time. Now he was even one of the strongest cultivators in this Tao discussion, and it could be seen from his seating arrangement. After all, they were among the top experts of the younger generation in the Eastern domain. If they didn't possess such strength, how could they obey such a seating arrangement? That was the result of repeated battles, confirming their strengths and rankings. How could any random person be able to shake his position? He already knew the identity of the woman in front of him from the whispers of the people around him. She was the disciple of the person they hated the most. Decades ago, he was also present at that battle. He also saw the heroic figure of that person, who was like the ruler of heaven and earth. That person had beaten the glory of their clan to the bottom with his own strength. If it hadn't been for the sky-devouring demon emperor, that clan would have been divided by other clans after that. How could he still have any glory? He was afraid that at this time he could only become someone's slave or be killed by others. All of this was brought about by that person. However, compared to that person, he was too weak. He couldn't even be considered an ant. He didn't even dare to say that person's name. They were not on the same level at all. However, the woman in front of him was completely different. If he could kill her, even that person would feel uncomfortable. Even if he might have to pay with his life, the anger in his heart was already burning hard to suppress. You insulted my master. Today, you won't be able to walk out of Buzhou's sacred mountain. This is the price you have to pay for insulting an emperor lord. Bien Xiaoye looked at Zhu Li and said, To my master, you are just a bug. You're not even worth stepping on, but I am different. Little girl, you're just a fledgling, so don't be too arrogant. Do you think that you're the only one who has the right to receive guidance from the emperor? Zhu Li looked at Bian Xiaoya and couldn't help but sneer. The two mouths on his face looked somewhat ferocious and terrifying. I am who I am. I don't need any help. If I want to kill you, I don't need anyone's help either, Bian Xiaoya said. Good, good, good. You humans are all so arrogant. Sooner or later, there will be a disaster. Make your move. Don't waste your breath, Zhu Li said coldly. As he said that, he walked to the center of the field. His meaning was already very clear. Bian Xiaoya took a simple step and also stepped into the center of the field. Her figure floated like an immortal. Other than the people of the human clan who were somewhat worried, everyone else looked like they were watching a good show. There were many people who originally wanted to challenge Zhu Li. But now that someone had made the first move, they were happy to take the opportunity to see how much Zhu Li had improved over the years. The Path Exchange Conference was meant to be a competition. How could a winner be determined by just talking? It would be more direct to fight. Humph. The next moment, Zhu Li directly attacked. He slapped his palm out. Suddenly, everyone felt that the laws of heaven and earth had solidified. They even felt that it was difficult to breathe. At their level, they naturally could not use the laws of heaven and earth as they pleased like an emperor lord. They could even distort and shatter the laws to obtain amazing combat power. Even so, they could easily shackle the laws. He is indeed powerful. After more than 100 years, he has become even stronger. He was even stronger during the last Path Exchange Conference. Which one of these people was not an outstanding person among their peers? They instantly saw the clues. This Zhu Li's strength was absolutely terrifying. Bian Xiaoya's pretty face was slightly cold. She just looked at Zhu Li indifferently. Suddenly, she finally moved. Her speed was too fast. In just a moment, she had already rushed out. She was even faster than Zhu Li, who had made the first move. She suddenly occupied the center. Take my fist first. Human Dao Fist. Endless red dust surged behind Bian Xiaoya. The red dust qi swept out like a monstrous wave. This was the red dust qi of the human Dao Fist. Although she did not dare to say that she had mastered the essence of the human Dao Fist, it could be said that she had practiced this fist to the point of perfection. Although Yi Shiwen had taught her the cultivation method of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, he still wanted her to major in one of the fist techniques. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist contained 6 peerless fist techniques. When these 6 peerless fist techniques were combined together, the final power was extremely terrifying. It was undoubtedly very difficult to cultivate 6 fist techniques at the same time. Just any one of these fist techniques was enough for a person to cultivate for the rest of their life. Even Yi Shiwen had started with the human Dao Fist. Therefore, he also let Bian Xiaoya start with the human Dao Fist. The other fist techniques would assist her in cultivating the Shura Fist. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist would multiply with the cultivation of one more technique. Although Bian Xiaoya had not mastered the second technique, it was enough. Bang! The fist and the palm collided. In an instant, a storm was set off. Circles of energy waves swept out in all directions. However, before they had time to spread out, the square was filled with fluctuations of the formation. The energy waves were absorbed and turned into nothingness. Although their strength was tyrannical, it was not enough in Buzhou Sacred Mountain. This was because this was the base camp of the human clan. There were many masters. They were too powerful. What kind of fist technique is this? Everyone only saw that at the moment when the fist and the palm collided, Bian Xiaoya's fist technique actually broke the fierce palm technique. Not only did the surging red dust qi not weaken, on the contrary, it became stronger and stronger, as if it could absorb the power from heaven and earth. Amazing! This is the power absorbed from the destiny of the clan. The stronger the clan, the stronger this set of fist technique. Someone's eyes lit up, and they immediately understood. They were all dragons and phoenixes among men, and any one of them was knowledgeable and had been nurtured by their clans. Although it was impossible for them to truly see the essence of it, just seeing a little bit of it was enough to make them inexplicably shocked. And this was the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The Asura demon monarch had created the 6 paths of reincarnation, which encompassed almost all the living beings in the world. Every fist technique was able to draw support from a portion of this power, especially after arriving at the good fortune world. Yi Shiwen had once again perfected it. When the Shura demon lord created the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, his vision was limited. He could only see a part of the heavens and the earth. Yi Shiwen could see further, so its power was naturally stronger. In particular, this was Buzhou Sacred Mountain, the center of the destiny of the human race. It was almost a natural home field for Bian Xiaoye. She could exert 20% of the power of her fist. It was truly boundless. The other young experts of the human race were also extremely shocked because they had more or less heard of this fist technique. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was a supreme technique that the martial emperor relied on to become famous. They had not seen it with their own eyes. Now that they saw it, although it was only Bian Xiaoye who displayed it, it was indeed worthy of its reputation. The power of the fierce palm was broken by the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. He immediately retreated several steps and struck several times with his palm in succession. Only then did he barely manage to disperse the fist force. This fist was actually more powerful than the power of several of his palm strikes. He could not help but be shocked, although he didn't use his full strength in this attack. And it wasn't a martial art. Being suppressed to this extent was completely out of his expectations. Immediately he became serious, and his eyes shone with a shocking light. Chapter 3250. Bian Xiaoye had the upper hand in the first fight between the two. This undoubtedly subverted many people's worldview. In their opinion, this was simply impossible. Zhu Li had been famous for a long time. He had been in the limelight in the Last Truth discussion convention. Bian Xiaoye was just a newcomer who had just started cultivating for 100 years. Yet, she could actually make Zhu Li suffer a little. This was simply a fantasy story. But such a fantasy story still happened? These young experts from various clans suddenly had many different thoughts in their hearts. They were even more in awe of Yi Shiwen, the martial emperor who had never shown himself. Bian Xiaoye had only received guidance from the martial emperor for 100 years. Yet, she already had such a cultivation. How powerful must he be? Everyone knew that Bian Xiaoye's identity was different from theirs. They were the descendants of the emperor for many generations. Although they could also receive guidance from the emperor, it was not a common thing. Bian Xiaoye was the direct disciple of the martial emperor. The guidance she could receive with her identity and status was definitely completely different. However, they could not help but be concerned that Bian Xiaoye was only 100 years old. Could it be that she did not receive guidance from the emperor personally? Was there such a huge gap between them? Even if they were proud and conceited, they had to admit that it seemed to be the case. Zhu Li's cultivation was already at the Tao confirmation level in the last 100 years. He was in the limelight and was very powerful. I originally thought that Bian Xiaoye was definitely not his opponent. But from the looks of it, I'm afraid that Bian Xiaoye has also crossed the heavens' retribution and become a deity. Someone could not help but mutter. His eyes were shining brightly. Obviously, he regarded both of them as great enemies. Both of them were outstanding among the young experts of this generation. They would inevitably be strong enemies for a long time. At this time, they naturally had to carefully observe the battle between both sides. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Many young disciples of the human clan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bian Xiaoye's strength was stronger than they had imagined. Finally, there was no situation where she was defeated. If something really happened to her, these people would not be able to absolve themselves from the blame. Although they addressed each other as senior brother and junior sister, based on seniority alone, Bian Xiaoya, who was the direct disciple of martial Emperor Yixuan, was definitely at the level of an antique. Those who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her were basically divine kings and quasi-emperors at the very least. In reality, he should be their grandmaster. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. I didn't expect you to have some strength. Zhu Li looked at Bian Xiaoya with an even more unfriendly gaze. He could already tell that Bian Xiaoya had definitely passed the heavenly tribulation and stepped into the Tao-confirming realm. He couldn't underestimate her, otherwise he would be the one to suffer a loss. You don't have to test it out. Use your full strength, otherwise you'll die even faster. Bian Xiaoya's pretty face turned slightly cold as she raised her eyebrows. However, her pair of beautiful eyes exploded with a frightening cold light, overflowing with killing intent, without the slightest bit of concealment. Don't think that you're invincible just because you blocked my palm, Zhu Li said. However, his voice hadn't even faded when he had already pounced in front of Yixuan. He had only spoken to attract Yixuan's attention. In fact, this was his real killing move. In order to deal with a mortal enemy like Bian Xiaoya, he didn't care about his dignity anymore. A long saber appeared in Zhu Li's hand. The long saber was golden in color, and it erupted with an astonishing light. The divine tool hummed, and the saber principles between the heavens and the earth trembled. It seemed as if they were echoing the humming of this divine tool. The saber light fell down like the Milky Way, and the direction in which it fell was exactly where Bian Xiaoya was. In the face of Zhu Li's sudden attack, Bian Xiaoya didn't panic at all. It was unknown when a pair of black wings suddenly stretched out behind her, and then she was protected in it. Clang! A loud and crisp collision sound was heard. It sounded like the collision of gold and iron, and sparks splashed in all directions. The saber light cut the black wings and only left a faint trace. However, it couldn't break the defense of the black wings. This was the devil wings. Yixuan had often used the devil wings for defense in the past, and he had also optimized and modified the devil wings after he had become an emperor. Now, the devil wings weren't just a simple agility technique. They also had defensive and offensive methods. Sure enough, the feathers on the devil wings stood up the moment the saber collided with the black wings. They then shot out like sharp arrows. Whoosh! 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 After a sharp piercing sound, these feathers formed a sky full of arrows, but in just an instant they formed a large net in the sky, directly shooting towards Zhu Li's direction. Zhu Li quickly chopped out Saberlight and blocked these feathers. He didn't let these feathers get close to his body. Clang! 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 Zhu Li's Saberlight continued to collide with these feathers. Zhu Li didn't care about it at first. However, he soon discovered that something was wrong. This was because he found that his arm had begun to gradually become numb. This was simply impossible. It could be said that he had the strength to uproot a mountain with his current strength. His strength was so profound that it was terrifying. However, Zhu Li felt a huge force spreading from the saber to his body the moment these feathers collided. This faintly numbed his arm. What a great power! Zhu Li was forced to retreat while resisting. He had no choice but to retreat. He had completely lost the opportunity to seize the initiative just now. He couldn't figure out how Bian Xiaoya, who looked thin and weak as a human, could be so terrifying. This terrifying power simply didn't give him a way out. Eat my fist! Human Dao fist! Bian Xiaoya roared and blasted out another human Dao fist. Behind her, the billowing secular qi condensed again and turned into monstrous waves that rushed out. As time and distance increased, the secular qi became more and more vast. Its power was so great that it felt uncontrollable. This is peak stage immortal level. Many people were shocked to find that Bien Xiaoya had not only proven her Tao, but she had also climbed to peak stage immortal level. One must know that many people had just entered immortal level. Even so, they were already first-class figures in the East region. Bien Xiaoya had actually entered peak stage immortal level and seemed to be able to enter immortal level at any time. This ability was enough to shock many people. When Zhu Li noticed that Bien Xiaoya was going to attack again, it was too late. The human Dao fist had already attacked him. He could barely lift his saber to resist, but he couldn't stop the powerful punch at all. He was immediately blown away by the punch. Uft! Zhu Li spat out a mouthful of blood. He was directly blown away and hit the ground hard. However, to everyone's surprise, Bien Xiaoya did not follow up with another attack. Instead, she said calmly, "Julie, I know that this is not your true strength. Show me your true strength. I want you to understand the gap between us, not to mention the fact that you have hidden your strength. Even if you use all your strength, you are still no match for me." Everyone was horrified. Zhu Li had actually hidden his strength. Just how tyrannical was he? Zhu Li slightly wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and said with a sneer, "I didn't expect you to have such ability. I've indeed underestimated you. However, since you've forced my ability to this point, it's time for you to die. No one can save you." He roared and released his aura crazily from all over his body. Everyone suddenly felt like a small boat floating in the ocean, facing strong winds and huge waves that could capsize at any time. This is the eternal stage. Many people were shocked to find that Zhu Li had actually broken through to the eternal stage. Many people had broken through to the immortal level, but Zhu Li, who was about the same age, had actually broken through to the eternal stage. This was indeed something that many people didn't expect. Zhu Li was indeed a genius. He was even more powerful than them. However, this only showed how terrifying Bien Xiaoya was. "With this slash, I'll send you to heaven." Zhu Li's face flashed with a somewhat crazy expression. He knew that this was Buzhou's sacred mountain, the territory of the human tribe. Once he started a killing spree, it would lead to terrible consequences. However, he didn't want to think too much about it. For him, hatred had already burned his brain, and he only wanted to kill Bien Xiaoya with one slash. The saber light traversed the sky, as if it swept from one end of the long river of time to the other. It faintly had the prestige of the great ancestor of the sky-devouring monster clan. It's useless. It's useless even if you increase your strength to the peak. Bien Xiaoya's cold voice came from the endless saber light. Then, a terrifying aura erupted from her body. She had actually broken through from the peak of the immortal level to the eternal stage in one go, and it was still continuously improving. Everyone could not help but gasp. Both of them had actually hidden their strength, especially Bien Xiaoya. She had actually broken through to the eternal stage after only cultivating for a few years. No wonder she was not afraid of Zhu Li hiding his strength. She was stronger and had nothing to fear. "I'm only going to use my human tribe fist to defeat you." Bien Xiaoya let out a clear whistle. She also threw a punch, which was engulfed in endless, worldly qi, towards Zhu Li. Just this simple move of hers could suppress thousands of people. As Yi Shiwen's disciple, her fighting style was naturally very similar to Yi Shiwen's. They both paid attention to using one strength to defeat 10 people. No matter what kind of technique the opponent used, she would only use one punch to break all techniques. Boom! With a loud roar, the saber light and the fist energy collided. Everyone only saw that Zhu Li's saber light was broken like a piece of paper, and then the fist landed on Zhu Li's body. Chapter 3251. This punch was extremely fast, and its power was also extremely great. With the addition of the Hongqian power, it really reached an amazing level. Wah! Zhu Li fell hard on the square, but it did not cause the slightest damage to the square. It only set off a series of ripples on the surface of the square, and then disappeared without a trace. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he immediately felt much better. However, only he knew how many years of cultivation this mouthful of blood had taken. At this time, Zhu Li's eyes were full of horror. With blood at the corner of his mouth, he said, "You're actually at the peak of the eternal stage." In the simple exchange of blows just now, he could feel that Bian Xiaoye had definitely not just stepped into the eternal stage. She had completely stepped into the peak of the eternal stage. As soon as he finished speaking, it instantly caused all the young geniuses present here to be completely shocked. Although it was amazing to cultivate to the doctrine-proving realm in 100 years, it could not be said that it was completely impossible. After the doctrine-proving realm, the time needed for each realm was an astronomical figure. Zhu Li had stepped into the eternal stage 100 years ago, but now he had just barely stepped into the eternal stage. Even so, his speed was already very amazing. However, Bian Xiaoye's speed was even faster than his. In just a short span of 100 years, she had already stepped into the peak of the imperishable realm. This speed was simply enough to make these heavenly geniuses, who could be considered to be well-informed and experienced, break their glasses. Not to mention comprehension. Just accumulation alone required a very long time. In particular, the outstanding disciples of the human clan had heard a lot about Bian Xiaoye. They knew that she had never traveled outside, so naturally, she did not have any fortuitous encounters. It was simply shocking that she could cultivate to this level by relying on cultivation alone. Many people thought they understood. No wonder even a peerless powerhouse like Martial Emperor would accept her as a disciple. Sure enough, it was not without reason. However, Martial Emperors were able to see all of this many years ago. As expected, such a great person was not someone he could estimate. However, Bian Xiaoye had an indifferent look on her face. Others might not know, but how could she not know? She had Yi Shiyun's constant guidance, and she was practicing a top-notch power technique. So, she didn't need to accumulate any experience because she had the pellets bestowed by the Pill Emperor. As long as she continued to comprehend, the medicinal efficacies that had entered her body would constantly transform into her own power. This was also the reason why her cultivation speed was so fast. The more she cultivated, the deeper her accumulation became, and the faster her progress became. These people all claimed to have received guidance from imperial emperors, but could they be the same as her? She was the direct disciple of an imperial emperor, and the other imperial emperors of the human race all took good care of her. Just the heavenly treasures, trump cards, and divine abilities that were bestowed to her, any one of them could blind their eyes. It was just that this was a trump card that couldn't be easily used. Although he had never gone out to travel, after cultivating, his innate wisdom had been greatly broadened. There were many things that didn't need to be personally experienced to understand. He only needed to think about it to understand. Powerful cultivators were just that capricious. Moreover, with his own strength alone, it was enough to crush all the heroes. "That's right, so you're dead," Bian Xiaoye said indifferently as if she was announcing something. It wasn't a threat, but a simple narration of a matter. At this time, the heroes of various states couldn't help but hold their breath. Originally, they thought that Bian Xiaoye was only threatening Zhu Li when she said that she wouldn't let Zhu Li go out. She might even use the higher-ups of the human race to eliminate him. However, in this case, he would fall into a disadvantageous position. After all, they had held the Tao discussion conference countless times, but there had never been such a precedent. If the higher-ups of the human race intervened, then who would dare to come? Although they were proud of their bravery and invincibility, they weren't fools to come and die in vain. And now, they truly understood that Bian Xiaoye didn't need to rely on the power of the higher-ups of the human race. She could rely on her own strength to defeat them. I didn't expect that the human race would come out on top in the first Tao discussion conference. It's simply unimaginable. Given Xiaoye's age, she can still participate in the Tao discussion conference. I'm afraid that the next Tao discussion conference will be hers. Who can compete with her? Many young heroes couldn't help but smile bitterly. They felt that they were already first-rate figures in the world. If there was only a small gap, then they could make up for it. However, when the gap had exceeded the gap that could be overcome, they couldn't even muster up the will to fight. They could be said to be the best among their peers, and surpassing their seniors was just a matter of time. However, this woman in front of them, although she hadn't reached that distant future, they could already predict that as long as she didn't die prematurely, she would certainly be an invincible figure who could crush her peers. Her future was limitless, and there was even a chance that she could achieve the Tao and become an emperor. It was already an incredible thing for them to have such a thought. There were more sovereign emperors in the fortune realm than in the myriad heavens, but the fortune realm was also much vaster than the myriad heavens. Becoming a sovereign emperor was still something that only one out of billions of living beings could achieve. These people were the best of the younger generation in the Eastern Territory. Although they couldn't be said to have conquered all the experts, they could absolutely be called top figures. However, in reality, they knew very well that it was very normal for none of them to become an imperial monarch. It was even to the extent that even if the previous and subsequent generations were included, none of them would be able to become an imperial monarch. This in itself was very normal. Being able to evaluate a person's possibility of becoming an emperor here was already the greatest recognition. They thought about the suffocating supreme figure that was in the limelight in the Eastern Territory recently, and they hadn't expected that his disciple would be so outstanding as well. It practically made them feel despair and bewilderment, but right after that they got over it slightly. Every single one of those imperial monarch's children or personal disciples were exceedingly powerful, and no one could compete with them. The only ones who could go against them were those of the same status as them. Although they were also the best of their generation, in reality, they were only the descendants and disciples of many generations. They couldn't be compared to Bien Xiaoye's direct disciples. Good. I didn't expect there to be someone like you in the human race. Zhu Li's eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. But even if I die today, don't think that you'll have an easy time. Zhu Li roared, and the entire mountain trembled under his roar. The laws between heaven and earth solidified. Zhu Li's recovery ability had also reached an unprecedented level after reaching the Undying Realm. It was extremely difficult to kill him. He had almost recovered during the time he was talking to Stall for time. Then he bit his tongue and spat out his blood essence. The blood essence turned into a large blood-red formation in his mouth. A terrifying power surged out of the formation and spread to his limbs and bones. Under the effect of this blood-red power, Zhu Li's aura continued to rise. In fact, it was almost on par with Bien Xiaoye's aura. He held the long saber in his hands with both hands, and his entire hands were trembling as if he was holding some extraordinary power. Then he suddenly roared, and the saber light traversed the vast sky, directly rushing towards Bien Xiaoye. The complexions of the young experts present suddenly changed. If it were them, they wouldn't be Zhu Li's opponent at all. Just this saber attack was enough to completely kill them. However, in the face of the saber attack, Bien Xiaoye just took a step forward and blasted a simple punch. She didn't even use any divine tool. Just her own body was a supreme divine tool. The horror of the great Azura body of the Azura clan was completely revealed. Although it wasn't an innate, it was only an acquired one. However, the great Azura body, cultivated by Yi Shiwen's improved cultivation method, wasn't any worse than an innate's. In fact, it was faintly stronger. Human Tao Fist. This simple punch tore the sky, the time, and everything that could be seen. That saber light was very terrifying. It was able to resist against the worldly energy that emerged from the human Tao Fist. It didn't even fall into a disadvantageous position for a period of time. However, it was still useless. In front of the human Tao Fist, it only lasted a little longer. Then it was completely broken. Bien Xiaoye didn't hold back this punch. She directly crossed over and blasted her fist into Zhu Li's chest. Bang! Zhu Li let out a blood-curdling screech, and his entire body was sent flying. The surface of his body was densely covered with cracks, and he couldn't heal them at all. A dreadful red dust chi had covered his entire body and didn't give him any chance to heal. It had completely covered everything. Before he could even catch his breath, a huge 6 paths roulette condensed in the sky. Then it fell from the sky and fiercely fell on Zhu Li's body. Zhu Li's body was already full of wounds. It collapsed on the spot. Zhu Li's spirit was also completely destroyed in this attack. Even with his undead realm cultivation, he would still be seriously injured after suffering continuous attacks of this level. It wouldn't make any difference. Many young elites couldn't help but feel a bit sad for the death of a rabbit. Zhu Li was once as famous as them. In fact, he was even faintly superior to them. However, he died just like that. He didn't even have the power to fight back. In just a few moves, he was beaten to death by Bian Xiaoye. He didn't even have the upper hand from the beginning to the end. He was like an ant that kept struggling. He struggled desperately, but he was still crushed to death. This was the only feeling they had. If they were in his shoes, they would probably be worse off than Zhu Li. They would have been crushed to death before they could even struggle. For the first time, Bian Xiaoye established an invincible dignity in their hearts. She only used one exchange of moves and stepped on Zhu Li's corpse. Before the crowd could say anything, they seemed to have a telepathic connection. They felt that something had happened. They all looked towards the north and saw the endless expanse. Chapter 3252. There was a huge change in heaven and earth. An invisible change filled the sky, and all living beings who had achieved Tao validation could feel it. A different aura spread in the air. They couldn't tell what it was exactly, but they felt that the world had changed. And the direction of the change was in the north of the land of infinity of the Fortune God dynasty. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the end of the far north. But with their eyesight, they naturally couldn't see through the endless expanse, let alone know what was going on. But at the moment of this change, countless experts in the entire Fortune realm opened their eyes at the same time, and there was a hint of desire in their eyes. That was the aura of Fortune realm. Bian Xiaoye hadn't recovered from the sudden change in heaven and earth. She only felt that this aura was very attractive to her, but she didn't know where it came from. "Xiaoye, come here for a moment." Suddenly, a gentle voice appeared in her mind. "Yes, master," Bian Xiaoye hurriedly said, and then, ignoring everyone's gaze, immediately stepped on a ray of light and disappeared from the field. Everyone seemed to have sensed something. The heaven and earth had just changed, and Bian Xiaoye had been summoned back. Everyone's thoughts were no longer on this matter. It was obvious that something big had happened. There was no meaning in letting them continue to discuss the Tao. Most importantly, one of the most important contents of the Tao discussion conference was to fight against each other. It was also a conference to determine each other's strength, especially those who were ambitious and wanted to win the championship. At this time, they were even less in the mood. With Bian Xiaoye's strong suppression, no matter how they performed, it was useless because none of them could step into the peak of the eternal realm. After really stepping into the eternal stage, they found that the promotion of each level was as difficult as ascending to the sky. Even talented experts like them felt that days passed like years, and every step forward was very difficult. This was the fundamental reason why they were almost scared to death when they heard that Bian Xiaoye had such achievements in just a short period of 100 years. It was really a case of comparing people to people, and comparing goods to goods. It was really embarrassing. Their status was not comparable to Bian Xiaoye's at all. Bian Xiaoye naturally didn't know what everyone was thinking. She just quickly returned to the sacred court, where Yi Shiwen had already come out of seclusion. "Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, master." Bian Xiaoye bowed and said. Yi Shiwen nodded slightly and said, "Your cultivation hasn't fallen behind these years. Not bad, not bad." He was very satisfied with this disciple of his. Although she had all kinds of superior innate conditions, if she didn't work hard, it would be useless. He had seen too many talented geniuses from rich and powerful families, but in the end, they had fallen into the hands of others. Because their backgrounds were too good, some people worked harder than others from a young age, while some people indulged themselves, lost all restraint, and in the end became penniless. "Thank you for your praise, master," Bien Xiaoya said. "I called you over this time because I'm going to leave for a period of time. I don't know when I'll be back, so you can only rely on yourself to cultivate during this period of time." Yi Shiwen looked at Bien Xiaoya and said, "Is master going to the north?" Bien Xiaoya immediately understood. She had also felt the change of the momentum of the heavens. She was so far away, but she could still feel it. She was afraid that something extraordinary had happened. She understood this point, although she didn't know what it meant. "Yes, that's right. This time I'll be gone for a long time. Therefore, I plan to seal some subsequent cultivation methods and some knowledge that you might need in your mind. When you reach a certain realm, you'll naturally be able to unseal them." Yi Shiwen said. He also did this to prevent himself from being delayed in the path of creation for tens of thousands of years. If that happened when he came out again, it would be too late. After all, even he couldn't control the situation in the path of creation. Well, Bien Xiaoya looked indifferent because this wasn't the first time. Yi Shiwen had done this before. Yi Shiwen had already prepared these things in advance and had sealed them in Bien Xiaoya's mind. He would unseal them one by one after her cultivation had reached a certain level. This way, he wouldn't have any worries for the time being. After Bien Xiaoya left, the human sovereign, the Pill Emperor, and the others quickly arrived. They sat facing each other with a somewhat solemn expression. They didn't know whether the opening of the path of creation was a good or bad thing for them. "Patrol envoy, are you ready to set off?" asked the human sovereign. "Yes." Yi Shiwen nodded and said, "Indeed, it's time to set off. If we don't set off now, I'm afraid it will be too late. We are very far from the Netherworld Sea region, and I'm afraid the others have already gathered in the Netherworld Sea region. I'm probably the last batch. I wonder if the patrol envoy has gained anything from your closed-door training this time." Fengyi sure looked at Yi Shiwen and said. The others immediately looked at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was their pillar of support, and now the human clan had an unparalleled enemy in the heaven-devouring demon tribe. Although they had never seen the heaven-devouring demon king's strength, they had heard of him. At the very least, he was at the peak of the 9th realm. If everything went smoothly, he might even step into the heavenly master realm. Moreover, the possibility of this was very high. If he didn't have much confidence in stepping into the heavenly venerable realm, he wouldn't have been willing to bow down to Yi Shiwen in exchange for sufficient time. What was the reason? Wasn't it to fight for time to break through? This also indirectly confirmed that he was probably just a step away from becoming an Empyrean. How could they not be worried? However, the Emperor realm had to take things one step at a time. There was no shortcut, so they had no other choice but to rely on Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was already at the peak of the 8th realm. If he could improve further, then his chances would be much higher. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but shake his head. Then he said, "I'm still a little short. There's too little time. Give me some more time, and it won't be a problem to step into the 9th realm." Everyone understood a little, but at the same time they were a little disappointed. Although they had already guessed it, they were still a little disappointed to hear Yi Shiwen say this. However, they weren't completely disappointed. According to Yi Shiwen, he wouldn't be trapped by the barrier of the 9th realm. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to step into the 9th realm. They didn't know how much time he had. After coming back from the path of creation this time, I should be able to step into the 9th realm. It won't be a problem. Yi Shiwen saw the worried and disappointed expressions of everyone and couldn't help but say, "As for the heaven-devouring demon king, I will also think of a way to deal with him." Yi Shiwen said, The best way now was to launch a surprise attack on the divine capital of creation and kill the heaven-devouring demon king in one go. At the very least, he had to interrupt his breakthrough. As long as he could interrupt his breakthrough, although the heaven-devouring demon king was still a huge threat, he wouldn't be unsolvable. However, he also knew that it was impossible to do so. What kind of place was the divine capital of creation? Even if Emperor Tian really wanted to kill him, he would have to wait until he left the divine capital of creation. The heaven-devouring demon king had chosen this place, and it was indeed the best place for closed-door training. At present, no one had dared to launch a surprise attack on the divine capital of creation and challenge the dignity of the divine dynasty of creation. However, the arrow was already on the string, and he had no other choice. Patrol envoy, you just have to be careful. The path of creation is too strange. The human emperor couldn't help but remind him. Obtaining anything is secondary. Yes, I understand. Yi Shiwen immediately turned to Alchemy Emperor and couldn't help but say, Alchemy Emperor, have you thought about it? Have you really decided to go to the path of creation? I've decided to go and take a look, Alchemy Emperor said while gritting his teeth. He also knew that there was definitely a huge danger involved, but he still couldn't help but want to go to the path of creation and explore it. All right, in that case, let's not delay and set off immediately, Yi Shiwen said. After saying that, the two completely disappeared from the divine court and rapidly flew towards the direction of the Netherworld Sea region in the north. The human emperor, Fingy, and sky-shaking Thunder Emperor, who were left behind, were full of worry. Patrol envoy, this trip is full of danger, but there is no other way. Perhaps the predicament of our human race can be resolved on the path of creation? Fingy said. This was the only thing he could say, especially the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. He and Yi Shiwen were now connected by life and death. If Yi Shiwen died, then he wouldn't be able to live either. He didn't like the feeling of his life being in the hands of others at all, but there was no other way. Yi Shiwen and Alchemy Emperor flew towards the direction of the Netherworld Sea region. Both of them were Emperor Lords, and once they increased their speed, they would definitely be as fast as lightning. Soon, they flew out of the eastern region and entered the northern region. After passing the northern region, they would reach the Netherworld Sea region. Here, they could faintly feel that many powerful auras were also rushing towards the Netherworld Sea region. They were all powerful Emperor Lords, and many of them were directly awakened from their closed-door training by the changes in the sky. After waking up, the first thing they did was to head towards the Netherworld Sea region. Even from afar, they could also feel that there were Emperor-level life forms also rushing towards the Netherworld Sea region from the outer region. They were powerful Emperor-level life forms from other regions. These super existences that could summon the wind and summon the rain on normal days were currently madly rushing towards the Netherworld Sea region. Soon, everyone finally arrived at the Netherworld Sea region. It was an extremely cold region, and huge icebergs could be seen floating everywhere. Looking from afar, there was no end to the icebergs. It wasn't any worse than the Stormy Sea region, but compared to the Stormy Sea region, the icebergs weren't as strong. However, in terms of the terror contained in the icebergs, it wasn't any worse. Chapter 3253. Powerful auras rose up from the Netherworld Sea region. As far as the eye could see, in the boundless and boundless sea, there were endless dangers hidden within. The duo stopped outside the Netherworld Sea region. It would be the Netherworld Sea region if they went further. They could already see the battlefront between the Fortune God dynasty and the Netherworld Sea region. Compared to the Tempest Sea region, the Netherworld Sea region was under the control of a supreme heavenly lord like the Nether Heavenly Lord. The entire defense line was impregnable. There were no strongholds deep in the Netherworld Sea region. The defense lines of both sides were intertwined and could not be separated at all. The Fortune God dynasty only had the sovereignty over the Netherworld Sea region that was millions of miles offshore. Although the region seemed boundless, it was just a drop in the ocean compared to the entire Netherworld Sea region. It was nothing at all. With an emperor's ability, they could reach the border in minutes. Compared to the Tempest Sea region, where the Fortune God dynasty had the upper hand, it was completely different. It could even be said that the Fortune God dynasty was suppressed in the Netherworld Sea region. Martial Emperor, please stop. Suddenly, a voice came from behind when the duo was about to enter the Tempest Sea region. The duo turned around and saw a figure flying over from afar. It was none other than the Butterfly Sovereign. Butterfly Sovereign, it's been a long time. Yi Shiwen greeted. Greetings, Martial Emperor. The Butterfly Sovereign greeted too. This is... The Butterfly Sovereign looked at Yi Shiwen and asked, This is the human tribe's guest elder, Alchemy Emperor. Yi Shiwen explained and did not say anything else. Butterfly Sovereign, why are you looking for me? He felt a little strange. Although he was friends with the Butterfly Sovereign, it was strange for the Butterfly Sovereign to look for him at this time. Let's not beat around the bush. In fact, I'm not looking for you. It's my master. The Butterfly Sovereign looked at Yi Shiwen and said, Does Senior Battle Emperor have any instructions? Yi Shiwen asked. He had received a lot of favors from the Battle Emperor during this period of time. It was said that a debt of gratitude was the hardest to repay. I don't deserve any instructions, but... The Butterfly Sovereign looked at Yi Shiwen and then at Alchemy Emperor. Her meaning was quite obvious. Butterfly Sovereign, you don't have to worry about anything. We're all on the same side. Just speak your mind. Yi Shiwen said without hesitation. Beside him, Dan Emperor was also somewhat moved. Yi Shiwen's magnanimous attitude was enough to explain many things. Moreover, he didn't treat Dan Emperor as an outsider. Just this broad-mindedness alone was enough to show that Dan Emperor was a person who could accomplish great things. The Butterfly Sovereign paused and said, Brother Alchemy Emperor, it's not that I'm narrow-minded, but this matter involves another big shot, so I have to be careful. Please forgive me. It's all right. Dan quickly waved his hand and said, I wonder what you're talking about, fellow Butterfly Sovereign. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but ask. It turned out that the Battle Emperor wasn't the only one involved. It's none other than the Night Emperor. The Butterfly Sovereign fixed her gaze on Yi Shiwen. The expressions of Yi Shiwen and Dan Emperor immediately became serious. That was because both of them clearly knew what these two words meant. If an ordinary Emperor Lord was the only dominator in front of others, then the Night Emperor could be called the dominator among the Emperor Lords. He was one of the strongest among the Emperor Lords. The title of one of the 10 great Emperor Lords of the Fortune God dynasty in the past was not fake. Even though Huang Xiaolong had betrayed the Fortune Divine dynasty and was discovered to be an alien and not a native of the Fortune Divine dynasty, no one dared to look down on his strength. Underestimating him was equivalent to seeking death. In particular, Yi Shiwen had confronted the Night Emperor before, so he knew how terrifying the Night Emperor was. Even with his current cultivation, he might not have a chance of winning against the Night Emperor. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. How could anyone not be wary of such a terrifying figure? This was also why Yi Shiwen had to be careful. There were too many people who wanted his life, and there was no lack of top-notch experts like the Night Emperor among them. He had killed the Gung Metal Tiger King, which meant that he had formed an irreconcilable feud with the Night Emperor. If he encountered the Night Emperor, there would inevitably be another battle. However, it was different from before. Now that Yi Shiwen had one foot in the Ninth Realm, he already had the strength to protect himself. Even if he wasn't a match for the Night Emperor, he could still retreat calmly. Otherwise, no matter how tempting the opportunities on the path of creation were, he wouldn't take the risk when his life was not guaranteed. Butterfly Sovereign, please elaborate. What does the Battle Emperor want to do? Yi Shiwen asked. It's very simple. As the Butterfly Sovereign spoke, she paused for a moment before continuing. My master wants to ambush and kill the Night Emperor, but he's afraid that he doesn't have enough power. After all, I think the Martial Emperor should be very clear about the Night Emperor's level. Without absolute confidence, it won't be so easy to eliminate him next time. The pale emperor's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that the butterfly sovereign wanted to ambush and kill the night emperor. It was such a big matter. No wonder the butterfly sovereign didn't want him to know about it from the beginning. It was much more dangerous to know about it than not to know about it. What kind of person was the night emperor? Dan Emperor had stayed in the Fortune God dynasty for a much longer time than Yi Shiwen. Naturally, he knew what kind of terrifying existence the night emperor was. Even Dan Emperor himself was very clear that he would only be throwing his life away if he were to forcefully participate in this matter. They were both emperors, but he couldn't compare to the night emperor at all. Even Yi Shiwen was far inferior. Ordinary people wouldn't have such courage. Only a person like the Battle Emperor, who was once invincible in the world and was known as the strongest among the emperors, would have such a chance. Even so, the Battle Emperor didn't have 100% confidence. He still wanted to rope in Yi Shiwen, the most popular new emperor, as his helper. Yi Shiwen was a little stunned. He didn't expect the Battle Emperor to be talking about this matter. He was a little confused at that time, but now he completely understood. However, the main reason why the Battle Arch had come to the crack on the path of creation was not to find the legendary creation, but to think of a way to get rid of the Night Emperor. Now that he thought about it, there were probably many people who had different intentions, although obtaining a few fortunes seemed incomparably attractive. After so many years, the only person who had truly succeeded was the fortune creation, Heavenly Monarch. On the contrary, there were many who had died in the process. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for anyone to place this matter as their top priority, or even the only thing they should do. There should be many people like the Battle Emperor who had other plans. Even Yi Shiwen himself had the same thoughts. He also wanted to find a way to improve his strength. As for the fortune, he didn't really think much about it. I agree to this matter. Yi Shiwen made a prompt decision and agreed, saying, the Night Emperor was a great threat to him. In fact, as long as the Night Emperor was still alive, the threat he posed to Yi Shiwen and the human race would never stop. No matter how hard Yi Shiwen worked, he couldn't protect the human race at all times. Since there was a chance to kill the danger in the cradle, it was naturally the best. I knew that Taoist Martial Emperor must be a righteous person. As long as the Night Emperor is in power, the threat he poses to the Fortune God dynasty will increase. My master has long wanted to get rid of him, but he has always been extremely cunning. Ever since he defected, he has been wandering in the Stormy Sea region and rarely set foot in the Fortune God dynasty. Even if my master wanted to ambush and kill him, he didn't have the opportunity. However, it's different this time. We have received accurate information about the opening of the Fortune God dynasty. He will definitely come. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The butterfly sovereign explained to Yi Shiwen, this is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, will it be just us? Yi Shiwen asked. There will be other Taoist martial emperors joining. However, in order to not leak information, there won't be many of them. It should be mainly top experts. Only people like you can contribute. Ordinary sovereign emperors will only be sending themselves to death if they go. They won't be of much use, said the butterfly sovereign. Alchemy Emperor's expression did not change. However, he knew very well that the ordinary sovereign emperors that the butterfly sovereign mentioned were like him and the butterfly sovereign. They were both sovereign emperors, but their strength was worlds apart. I understand, but where should we meet? Asked Yi Shiwen. This is for communication. We've specially made this Tao paper, and it should be usable even in the path of creation. Once we've confirmed it, we'll inform you through the Tao paper. When the time comes, you can just go and meet us. As the butterfly sovereign spoke, she flipped her palm, and a piece of Tao paper appeared. It was blank without anything on it, but there were faint ripples of the great Tao on it. Only sovereign emperor's cultivation could vaguely see it. After you drip a drop of your blood on it, it will recognize you as its owner. Then you will be able to receive messages through this Tao paper. Yi Shiwen took the Tao paper. This time, the Battle Emperor was indeed well prepared. He had considered all kinds of issues, including the situation of communication. After all, the path of creation was different from the Fortune God dynasty. Even heavenly lords were trapped and killed in it. Nobody knew if ordinary communication methods would work, so they must be prepared in advance. I understand. Yi Shiwen nodded and kept the Tao paper in his body space. If that's the case, I won't stay any longer. Finally, I'll leave a word with Master. This matter is mysterious and unpredictable. Don't force yourself. It's more important to stay alive, said the butterfly sovereign. I understand. Thank you for your reminder. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said. The butterfly sovereign finally disappeared in front of him. Chapter 3254. Yi Shiwen looked at the disappearing figure of the butterfly sovereign and immediately understood that he was not the only one who had seen the dangers on the path of creation. He was afraid that the others were also aware of it. If it was not for the illusory path of creation supporting them, perhaps not many people would take the risk. Even so, many people still turned the opening of the path of creation into a rare opportunity to kill people that they had no chance to kill before. Brother Martial Emperor, you must be careful this time. Dende glanced at Yi Shiwen and could not help but say, Yes. Yi Shiwen said, It's a pity that I have not entered the 9th realm. Otherwise, it would be easier to kill Yi Huang. Now that I have not entered the 9th realm, I must be careful. When Dende heard Yi Shiwen's words, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He did not expect Yi Shiwen to have such thoughts. At this moment, he finally understood why the Battle Emperor would look for Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was not a master who knew his place. Even an invincible existence, like Yi Huang, dared to participate in the ambush. Let's go. We can't delay any longer. If there is really something good, it will not fall into our hands. Yi Shiwen looked into the distance and could see that in the depths of the endless netherworld sea region, a huge crack had appeared out of thin air. It released the aura of creation that made people yearn for it. He had felt this aura on the path of creation before. However, he did not have the leisure to think about it at that time. Just survival was a huge problem. Apart from Yi Huang, there is another person who must be killed. Yi Shiwen muttered to himself. Apart from Yi Huang, the person he wanted to kill the most was naturally Emperor Han Yuan, the terrifying existence who had seriously injured him back then. However, Yi Shiwen did not say much. Instead, he took a step forward and turned into a ball of light, heading towards the depths of the netherworld sea region. And behind him, Dende also followed closely. Both of them quickly left the sea region controlled by the Fortune God dynasty. Although this sea region was vast, it was only a matter of time for an emperor to pass through it. From afar, they could see a terrifying aura rising from the depths of the netherworld sea region, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. This was an extremely powerful race. They were completely black and covered in scales and feathers. Every single one of them was over 1,000 kilometers in size, and they directly flew over from the depths of the horizon. Any one of these ferocious birds was in existence above the God-King realm. In the outside world, it was enough to establish a powerful sect and rule over a region. This race is very powerful. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, This is an extremely famous, vicious bird in the netherworld sea region, the ice sky splitting beast. It can be said that it can be found throughout the entire netherworld sea region. This should only be a small part of it, Dende said. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel a bit interested in these beasts. The scale of the beasts in front of him was already comparable to a good clan, and this was only a small part of the clan. So, the overall strength of this ice heaven splitting beast was probably very formidable. By the decree of the netherworld heavenly lord, all outsiders are to stop. A stern shout came from among the ice heaven splitting beasts. How dare you block our way? You really don't know what's good for you. Dan D sneered and stepped forward. Taoist Wu Di, you don't need to trouble yourself to deal with these reckless things. Let me deal with them. It just so happens that I've been refining a kind of elixir recently, and I need some creatures with extremely cold physiques as a medicinal catalyst. Yi Shiwen nodded. He didn't have any desire to make a move. Instead, he wholeheartedly immersed himself in the mysterious space. The mysterious creation pill was constantly rotating inside his body. It was peeling off traces of Dan energy. It transformed into a shocking medicinal efficacies and poured into his limbs and bones. Even on the way, he was constantly cultivating because he was really only one step away from stepping into the ninth realm. To him, every minute and every second was very important. Once he stepped into the ninth realm, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Even if a celestial master attacked him, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. He wouldn't be like the last time he had encountered Pantheon Venerable, where he could only run away. At that time, Pantheon Venerable had been seriously injured and struggling to breathe. Now he was talking about an emperor in his peak state. With the cosmic creation palm, his confidence had increased a lot. He could already feel that a breakthrough was right in front of him. Unfortunately, the path of creation had opened too quickly, so he didn't have much time. Dan D did as he said. Without any hesitation, he used his mind to grab a large amount of spiritual chi from the void and turned it into a divine hand. Even a truth realm cultivator could use this move. However, in his hand, an unprecedented power erupted. It directly tore through the sky and covered thousands of miles. Then it flew out with a loud bang and directly grabbed those ice heaven-splitting beasts. These ice heaven-splitting beasts didn't expect Dan D to attack, so suddenly, immediately, they opened their mouths and spat out the law of ice. They used the law to attack directly. It wasn't that their cultivation of the law had reached such a level, but it was an innate magical power. The law of ice intertwined with each other and formed a terrifying power. It turned into a huge tornado and blasted towards the big hand. Boom! This huge tornado was only in a stalemate for a moment. Then it was instantly smashed and turned into nothingness on the spot. Immediately after, the huge hand grabbed all the heaven-shattering ice beasts and disappeared, without a trace in an instant. Although Dan D looked extremely weak in front of Yi Shiwen and had never been strong. In fact, he was emperor who had stepped into the fourth realm. He wasn't considered weak among the many emperors. Every move he made was unimaginably powerful. These ice heaven-splitting beasts dared to stand in front of them. They were undoubtedly tired of living. The quality of these ice heaven-splitting beasts isn't bad. We can raise them in captivity. If we lack them in the future, we can just slaughter a batch. Dan D looked at the ice heaven-splitting beasts in his inner world and said with satisfaction, to the outside world, these ice heaven-splitting beasts were unimaginably ferocious. However, to him, they were just livestock that could be raised in captivity. Come, let's continue forward. Yi Shiwen and Dan D continued to fly towards the depths of the Netherworld Sea region. As they went deeper, they discovered that the entire Netherworld Sea region was becoming more and more chaotic. All kinds of terrifying battles were happening everywhere. Yi Shiwen and Dan Emperor weren't the only ones who had just arrived. There were also many Emperor Lords who had just arrived. Their terrifying magic power was squeezing each other and destroying everything in all directions. In particular, the native Emperor-level creatures of the Netherworld Sea region had also made their moves and started a massacre against the foreign Emperor Lords. One by one, the supercontinents floating above the Netherworld Sea region exploded. The endless laws of explosion and destruction occupied everything. Below each supercontinent, there was a huge dragon vein supporting the continent. Now that the supercontinents had been destroyed, these dragon veins flew out and quickly led to a fight. Although Yi Shiwen didn't care about these mixed dragon veins and level 3 dragon veins, there was still a huge fortune for ordinary emperors. Originally, the emperors who only wanted to break through the blockade of the Netherworld Sea region, began to frantically plunder. Soon, even Dan D joined the ranks. For him, a level 3 dragon vein was a huge fortune that would last him for a long time. After all, not everyone was like Yi Shiwen. Once they started to consume level 2 dragon veins, it would be a huge amount of wealth. On the other hand, when facing the frenzied plundering of these outsiders, the experts of the Netherworld Sea region weren't to be outdone. They attacked in groups of 3 to 5, and they led their respective clans to set up monstrous grand formations to encircle these outsider experts. The wealth they could obtain from killing a random outsider imperial monarch was sufficient for them to become rich overnight. Any one of the emperors could drop several level 3 dragon veins, and even level 2 dragon veins could occasionally be seen. This was a huge fortune for these emperor-class creatures. In short, the entire Netherworld Sea region had become an ultimate battlefield. Many weak clans trembled under such collisions. There was no way for them to survive. Any collision between 2 emperors could destroy the supercontinent they lived in, instantly turning them into rootless duckweed. However, whether it was the foreign emperors or the native emperor-level creatures, they would not care about this. Even if there were no foreign emperors, there was no lack of killings in the Netherworld Sea region. New clans were born every day, and at the same time, new clans were destroyed every day. This was a normal thing. Even the Nether Heavenly Lord would not interfere in these internal struggles. Only when facing a large-scale invasion from the Fortune God dynasty would they be gathered. Yi Shiwen followed behind Dan D and was not in a hurry. At the same time, the aura on his body became more and more mysterious. There was a more and more profound feeling on his body. Every increase in cultivation would greatly transform into his combat power. Ha ha ha, the harvest this time is really great. Dan D laughed heartily. He had already plundered more than 10 rank 3 dragon veins in the battle just now. Although it wasn't as much as a rank 2 dragon vein, it was still a shocking amount of wealth for him. Normally, it is impossible for us to have such a chance to slaughter. Only when various emperor-level creatures and emperor-level creatures invade the Netherworld Sea region together can we have the chance to fish in troubled waters. Yi Shiwen smiled faintly and said, "Then you have to be careful. Are you ready for battle?" Dan D was slightly stunned. Yi Shiwen continued, "Since you are already here, why don't you show yourself?" Chapter 3255. Yi Shiwen's words immediately made Denda's expression turn solemn. This was not the time to joke at this moment. Then, it meant that what Yi Shiwen said should be true. Sure enough, before he came back to his senses, there were bursts of spatial fluctuations in the surroundings, and a series of powerful auras appeared. They were all emperor-level existences. What was more terrifying was that every one of them was actually in existence above the 7th realm. Any one of them was a peerless emperor, and their appearance on the battlefield could completely change the situation of the battlefield. And now, existences of this level actually surrounded them. Yi Shiwen raised his eyebrows slightly, and he saw 4 figures appearing and completely surrounding him. Every one of them was a peerless powerhouse. The 4 of them stood on one side and surrounded Yi Shiwen, and the one leading them was none other than Emperor Tian-Yi. Yi Shiwen was not surprised that Emperor Tian-Yi appeared here at all. He did not hide his whereabouts when he set out this time. Even the Butterfly Sovereign could easily find him, let alone Emperor Tian-Yi's strength, which was far superior to the Butterfly Sovereign. In addition to Emperor Tian-Yi, there were 3 other figures, and they were also very powerful. They were all super existences in the 8th realm. One of them was a terrifying, ferocious beast that emitted the source of darkness. His entire body looked as if it was immersed in darkness, and his entire body was emitting an extremely dangerous aura. There was also an old man who looked extremely old, but his body looked extremely strong, much stronger than any young man. He wore animal skin and looked extremely valiant. Similarly, he was also an existence in the eighth realm, and he had already stepped into the peak of the eighth realm. He was the strongest person apart from Emperor Tian-yi. The remaining person was a woman in red. However, this woman's pretty face was pale, and her body was emitting a ghastly aura. It was obvious that she cultivated Ghost Dao. Any of these three people could be considered as powerhouses in the eighth realm. At this moment, they surrounded Yi Shiwen and Yi Shiwen together with Emperor Tian-yi, and there was no possibility for them to escape at all. How could this be? Dandy's face immediately revealed a flustered expression. His expression was extremely ugly. Just Emperor Tian-yi alone was terrifying enough. The ninth realm was definitely the supreme ruler among the emperors. Not to mention there were several other eighth realm experts. They didn't seem to be any weaker than Yi Shiwen. Such a combination was dangerous enough. He even felt that his life was being threatened. I didn't expect your injuries to heal so quickly. Yi Shiwen was much calmer than Dan Emperor. His expression didn't change much. He just raised his eyelids and said, "Humph, Yi Shiwen, you didn't expect this, right?" Emperor Tian-yi's face showed a bit of hatred as he said while gritting his teeth, "If he wasn't seriously injured by Yi Shiwen, would he be in such a sorry state? Ever since he entered level 9, he had never suffered such a huge loss. In order to recover from his injuries in a short period of time, he paid a huge price. Just thinking about it made his teeth hurt. And all of this was caused by the person in front of him. If he didn't kill him, it wouldn't be enough to quell the anger in his heart. Why didn't I expect this?" Yi Shiwen said lightly. He had thought about it long ago. Any emperor, especially those who entered level 9, could be said to have extraordinary means. It was normal for them to have some means that others didn't know about to heal themselves. Today, you definitely won't be able to escape. Last time, I was careless and fell into your trap. This time, do you think you still have a chance?" Emperor Tian-yi looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and said, after he escaped last time, he had carefully thought about all the details of the battle. He naturally understood that he was misled by Yi Shiwen from the beginning to the end. He mistakenly thought that he was forced into a dead end, and he was tricked at the crucial moment. No one thought that Yi Shiwen, an 8th realm expert, actually had the means to injure a 9th realm expert. As long as he was careful, he naturally wouldn't give Yi Shiwen an opportunity to take advantage of. Moreover, for this battle, he had also found some helpers. Although they were not as good as him, in his opinion, any one of them was more than enough to match Yi Shiwen's strength. If he let Yi Shiwen escape this time, then he could really commit suicide. Escape? I've never thought of escaping. Leaving you here is ultimately a big trouble. I must kill you." Yi Shiwen frowned slightly and said, "Now that you've delivered yourself to me, it's a good opportunity for me to eliminate the root of the problem." Good, good, good. Emperor Tian-yi was so angry that he laughed and said, "This is the first time I've seen someone like you. Death is at hand, but you're still so stubborn. I'll see how you're going to put on a brave front before you die. Hee, this is really a little interesting. Young man, sometimes the saying that too much is easy to break. You also have to understand." The strong old man laughed strangely and said, his voice was hoarse and unpleasant like a nightingale, "Old man, sometimes meddling in other people's business can also cost your life. Do you understand this principle?" Yi Shiwen was not angry, but he just asked back. The strong old man immediately pulled a long face. Just now, he wanted to take advantage of his seniority to say a few words to Yi Shiwen, but he didn't expect to be immediately ridiculed by Yi Shiwen. He really didn't give in at all. "It's really a little interesting. Emperor Tian-yi, after I kill his spirit later, I want to absorb all the qi and blood in his body." As the red-clothed emperor ghost said, he even stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. There was no temptation, only a kind of ghastly horror. She could feel the strength of the qi and blood in Yi Shiwen's body. It was just like a surging river and sea. She had seen many Emperor King powerhouses, but it was the first time she encountered such a powerful qi and blood. And most of the cultivation of such a peerless powerhouse was in his qi and blood. If she could absorb it, then her cultivation would also advance by leaps and bounds. It was even possible for her to reach the peak of the 8th realm. No problem, you can do whatever you want. I just want to kill him, Emperor Tian Yi said indifferently. When he looked at Yi Shiwen, his eyes were full of murderous intent. It was as if he was looking at a dead person, cold and ruthless. Then it seems that I have to intervene too. I want his emperor's origin, said the dark, ferocious beast. His voice was low, and his expression was full of greed. Then, all his wealth will belong to me. Let's distribute it like this, said the strong old man. Obviously, he also wanted to participate in the distribution. Emperor Tian Yi didn't have any objection. If he didn't pay a price, how could he invite these 3 super masters of the 8th realm? Moreover, this was being generous. Although it was a little heartache, as long as he could kill Yi Shiwen, then everything would be worth it. As for Dende, they didn't care about him at all. He was just a 4th realm. Any one of them could easily kill him. In their opinion, he was just an extra. Seeing that they had already decided on the distribution plan with just a few words, Dende couldn't help but feel anxious. He quickly transmitted a message to Yi Shiwen. Martial Emperor, let's join forces and attack the Ghost Emperor in red. She is the weakest among them. As long as we kill her, we will have a chance to escape. Although his cultivation was far inferior to the people present, he was still an emperor after all. He could still distinguish the strong and the weak. This was also the only chance of survival in his opinion. Escape? Who said that I'm going to escape? I couldn't find them initially. Now they finally came to me. It can be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How can I let it go? Yi Shiwen sneered. Martial Emperor. Dende looked at Yi Shiwen in bewilderment. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen to say such words. Yi Shiwen didn't plan to escape at all. Moreover, it seemed that Yi Shiwen was planning to go all out. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. You just need to be careful and protect yourself. If I can't even deal with this level of battle, how would I dare to agree to ambush Yi Huang? Yi Shiwen nodded slightly and transmitted a message. In Yi Shiwen's opinion, the horror of Yi Huang alone was far greater than these few people joining forces. Even Emperor Tian Yi, who was also a 9th realm member, was different. Hee, Martial Emperor, you are so arrogant. Let me see how capable you are. At that moment, the beast of darkness directly attacked. The terrifying cultivation of the 8th level finally erupted. Endless darkness was like a tide, covering the sky and earth, making it impossible for people to see anything at all. Their vision was lost, and this darkness could even block the soul. It only made people feel a boundless coercion. Dende's body suddenly tensed up and became stiff. Since he became an emperor, it was the first time he encountered such a situation. His whole body was stiff and he couldn't move with just the aura. It was simply a suppression of life level. The disparity between the two sides was too great, and just when he couldn't help but use his whole body's martial power to resist the suppression of this aura, Yi Shiwen, who was beside him, slightly moved. Suddenly, this overwhelming, imposing aura disintegrated and disappeared without a trace, no longer able to cause the slightest bit of influence on him. Yi Shiwen didn't do anything. He just moved slightly and catered to the power of heaven and earth. He used the power of heaven and earth to dissolve this pressure. With this alone, his understanding of the Great Way was far better than Dende's. At this moment, in the endless darkness, he could already see a giant dark claw grabbing towards the two of them. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen also moved. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. The mighty aura of the 6 realms instantly dispersed the darkness between heaven and earth, revealing the incomparably huge figure of the dark beast. Then he punched out fiercely. Chapter 3256. Bang! The fist and the claw collided fiercely. The moment the law manifested, it was broken and collapsed by the horrifying power. The horrifying scene was visible to the naked eye. The horrifying shock wave spread out at an astonishing speed. Even the imperial emperors unleashed their protective auras to nullify the shock wave. Then, everyone heard the dark, ominous beast let out a muffled groan. Its huge body collided with Yi Shiwen, and it felt as if a mountain was being pushed back. It moved back a few steps and was barely able to stabilize its body. In a pure physical collision, this dark, fierce beast was at a disadvantage. Even its darkness source was scattered by Yi Shiwen's punch. How can this person's physical body be so strong? The dark, ferocious beast's millstone-like eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. His physical body was considered powerful in the 8th realm, and he wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if he were to fight against a cultivator at the peak of the 8th realm. However, he was already at a disadvantage after just exchanging blows with Yi Futian. And looking at Yi Shiwen's expression, it was simply calm. It was clear that Yi Shiwen didn't take its attack seriously. At this moment, it recalled that the guy in front of it wasn't easy to provoke. Previously, it was a horrifying guy who almost killed Emperor Tian Yi and made him suffer a huge loss. Although Emperor Skywing had always emphasized that he had been careless and had fallen for a trap, he knew that even if he had been given a chance to launch a full-force ambush on Emperor Skywing, there was no way he would have been able to force Emperor Skywing into such a sorry state and nearly lose his life. How could such a person not have some skills? Seeing that Yi Shiwen was fine, Dendi heaved a sigh of relief. The attack of the dark, fierce beast almost suffocated him. The horrifying feeling made him tremble all over. He really felt the terrifying gap between the 4th realm and the 8th realm. Insignificant skill. With only this level, you dare to meddle in other people's business. You're really courting death. Yi Shiwen sneered. You're just a bunch of clowns. Look at my shocking and unshakable clowns. Emperor Tian Yi's face was extremely ugly. Only Yi Shiwen dared to ignore them and treat them as clowns. Martial Emperor, you are too arrogant. At this moment, the Ghost Emperor in red finally couldn't take it anymore. Ghost hand shattering the heavens! She suddenly stretched out her palm, and each of her fingers was like a pillar supporting the sky. Endless, ghostly energy pervaded the air and transformed into a terrifying ghost palm in the sky. The mournful cries of resentful ghosts resounded everywhere. The yin and yang were divided, and the heaven and earth were reversed. Each of her fingers was composed of endless, ghostly energy and condensed into an unimaginable power. Then, she slapped down towards Yi Shiwen. Although this palm strike was a martial art of the Ghost Tao, it unleashed a vast and shocking might in the hands of the Ghost Emperor in red. The Ghost Tao had long surpassed the limits of the original Ghost Tao in her hands and became one of the 3,000 great Taos. However, Yi Shiwen still had a calm look on his face as he allowed this ghostly hand to descend. The sound of tremors and destruction resounded everywhere. The principles were torn apart, and the void was collapsing. Cracks appeared in the sky. The pressure was getting more and more terrifying. Buried sword technique. Sword light suddenly bloomed above Yi Shiwen's head. His entire body was releasing a terrifying sword light. These sword lights condensed above Yi Shiwen's head and turned into a long river. It seemed as if it was going to bury everything. This was also Yi Shiwen's most powerful sword technique so far. In the past, Yi Shiwen liked to fight with the Dominator swordsmanship. However, his own skills and understanding of sword Tao had far surpassed the Sovereign Emperor. The buried sword technique that he created had reached an unimaginable level in his hands. When this sword was formed, it was as if all the essences, energies, and souls related to the way of the sword in the world had been captured. Since ancient times, the essences, energies, and souls of the top swordsman in this river of time had been captured and formed into his burial sword incantation. Boom! The sword light formed by the buried sword technique slashed down on the ghost hand. The ghost hand tried to struggle, but it was broken in an instant. So powerful. What sword technique is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Although the ghost emperor in red was far away, he could still feel that the sword light had almost reached him through his ghost hand. The dense chill made him feel incredulous. He could feel the vast sword light from the sword light, which had completely turned the ghost aura in his ghost hand into nothingness. In an instant, the ghost aura had mostly collapsed. The ghost emperor in red retreated again and again. He didn't dare to take this sword head-on. He wanted to avoid this sword. However, how could Yi Shiwen give him such a chance? His right hand directly formed the seal of the overturning sky seal. Combined with the martial emperor seal, it almost turned the world upside down. This seal fell, and the white rainbow surged into the sky. It seemed as if it was going to run through the entire world. The power of heaven and earth was reversed and used by him. Yi Shiwen used his proud martial arts to suppress the red-clothed ghost emperor. The ghost emperor in red saw that she couldn't retreat, so she immediately opened a pair of ghost eyes. Suddenly, her aura suddenly burst out. Horns began to grow on her head, and her body suddenly doubled in size. She was twice as tall as an ordinary person. The pair of horns emitted a strange and vast aura. It represented the supreme technique of Ghost Tao. Her whole body's martial arts were concentrated in this pair of horns. This pair of horns emitted circles of ghost energy. It directly blocked the sword light in Yi Shiwen's left hand and the overturning sky seal in his right hand. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the sky. All the power was distorted, and the terrifying shockwave was completely poured into the crack, turning into endless chaos and disappearing into nothingness. Martial Emperor, don't be too arrogant. If you really force me to use my true strength, it will be your death. The pair of horns on the top of the Ghost Emperor in red's head was like a huge absorber. It absorbed all the essence of the world, causing the martial arts of her whole body to skyrocket. A complacent smile appeared on her pale face. It was obvious that she was quite satisfied with her performance. This ghost horn is really terrifying. I heard that she wanted to cultivate such a ghost horn a long time ago. However, I didn't expect that she could actually cultivate it. This ghost horn can continuously absorb the essence of the world for its own use. It can almost be said to be in an invincible position. Both the strong old man and the dark, vicious beast were a little amazed. These two ghost horns were really amazing. They were definitely an excellent helper for an emperor. At this moment, the ghost emperor in red was like the only overlord in this universe. The ghost energy emitted from the two horns was getting stronger and stronger. Even a world of ghost path was formed around her body. It was her inner world. It was like the martial emperor heaven that Yi Shiwen had cast. It was a world of the dead. Countless dead souls were reborn in it to fight for her. After the ghost emperor in red resisted Yi Shiwen's attack, her counterattack came immediately. She suddenly tore her hands apart. Sharp claws appeared on her fingertips. She grabbed Yi Shiwen. She wanted to scratch Yi Shiwen to death. She directly stabbed Yi Shiwen's chest. She was completely enraged by Yi Shiwen just now. She wanted to tear Yi Shiwen into pieces in one breath to vent the hatred in her heart. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes. There was a terrifying light flickering in his eyes. He just sneered and said, "Is that all? I've already seen through your tricks." As he spoke, Yi Shiwen's big hand suddenly grabbed out. In an instant, it seemed as if it had covered the entire world. It transformed into a huge cage that imprisoned the red-clothed Ghost Emperor and shook off the red-clothed Ghost Emperor's claw. This was the imprisoning heaven finger that he had learned in the past. But now his martial arts had already reached the acme of perfection. It was unfathomable. He could extract the martial arts willpower from the finger technique and use it separately. All of a sudden, the world was imprisoned. The red-clothed Ghost Emperor immediately discovered something that frightened her. She could no longer extract the essence of the world. It was as if the essence of the world was imprisoned by a mysterious power. No matter how she extracted it, it was useless. She had no way to break the imprisonment. This is impossible. Unless... The Ghost Emperor in red opened her ghost eyes wide. Unless his martial arts are far above mine. How is it possible? He is only in the 8th realm. How much stronger can he be than me? But regardless of whether she believed it or not, the truth was in front of her. It wouldn't change according to her will. Yi Shiwen's next wave of attack had already arrived in front of her while she was still in a state of shock. It was unknown when the Avicii sword had already appeared in his hand. The sword slashed down in an instant. The sword slashed out a river of stars and fell down like a waterfall. Damn it, this sword intent. The Ghost Emperor in red was still in shock. But Yi Shiwen had already pressed down with supreme power. The sword slashed down. Her ghost Tao world couldn't exert its original strength at all. It exploded on the spot. This terrifying pressure couldn't be resisted at all. Bang! Immediately after, the red-robed Ghost Emperor felt like her body could not hold on any longer. She suddenly knelt to the ground and felt like she was suffocating. She could not absorb any chi of heaven and earth at all. She had been sealed, and her greatest trump card was completely useless. Fight! The Ghost Emperor in red was forced to this point. She could only grit her teeth and open her ghost eyes. She put a mouthful of origin in her mouth and roared into a shocking ghost light. It went straight towards Yi Shiwen's face. Chapter 32:57. A destructive divine light spewed out from the mouth of the Ghost Emperor in red. It went straight to Yi Shiwen's face with terrifying power. It was going to blow up his entire head. This divine light was fast and urgent. Its speed was fast to the extreme. It had already arrived in front of Yi Shiwen in the blink of an eye. Humph. Yi Shiwen didn't move. He just continued to press down. However, his body was constantly blooming with divine radiance. Layers upon layers of ripples appeared on his body. That destructive light couldn't even penetrate 3 inches in front of Yi Shiwen before it stopped. However, at this time, Yi Shiwen's sword light had already fallen. Waves of ghostly energy erupted from the red-clothed Ghost Emperor's body. It transformed into a substantial power in order to resist Yi Shiwen. However, it was useless. It was quickly chopped into pieces by the sword light. It couldn't even resist a little bit. Pucci! A sword light tore through everything, and then everyone only saw a mouthful of golden blood spurt out. The Ghost Emperor in red's pretty face was split in half from the middle, and blood sprayed out like a torrential downpour. One sword. It was just one sword. The Ghost Emperor in red, who was in the same realm as Yi Shiwen, was severely injured. She was split into 2 halves on the spot. Even with the recovery power of the Emperor level, this kind of injury was very harmful to the vitality. Seeing that Yi Shiwen was going to continue to chase, the Ghost Emperor in red retreated again and again. The ghost aura on her wand expelled Yi Shiwen's sword aura. Only her sharp roar could be heard. What are you looking at? Hurry up and attack. No, we can't let him continue to be arrogant. Continue to attack. At this time, the dark, vicious beast and the strong old man didn't hesitate and attacked directly. It wasn't because they felt a sense of crisis. After all, they had more people. Moreover, Emperor Tian was holding the line. However, if Yi Shiwen continued to be like this, there would be endless troubles in the future. Both of them attacked almost at the same time. Both of them were super experts in the 8th realm. As soon as they attacked, there was a shocking explosion. They attacked from the sky and directly blasted towards Yi Shiwen. With just the 2 of you? Yi Shiwen sneered. He didn't care about the 2 experts at all. He was already at the peak of the 8th realm previously. Now he was even 1 step into the 9th realm. He wasn't afraid of those in the same realm. He was invincible, not to mention that his realm was half a level higher than theirs. Both of them pounced towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. Each of their moves was fatal, and they launched explosive attacks from high up in the air. Their speed was so fast that they transformed into a series of shadows in the void. Both of them launched a pincer attack from both sides. On the other side, Emperor Tian Yi didn't move. His eyes quickly captured the movements of the three people. His expression didn't change at all. He clearly saw that although Yi Shiwen was now trapped in a pincer attack from the left and right, he hadn't revealed any flaws. Therefore, he didn't make a move and let the other two do it. If he wanted to get a big piece of the pie, how could he not pay a price? Now, he naturally had to act as his vanguard, consume Yi Shiwen's strength, and make Yi Shiwen reveal his flaws. Although he had always claimed that he had been careless, and most people believed his words, but he was very clear that Yi Shiwen was not just a person who could be explained by carelessness. He still had a deep impression of that set of palm technique. That was a set of palm technique that he had never seen before. It could actually injure him, a 9th realm emperor. Only he knew how much effort he had spent to cultivate to this level. However, he was injured by a low realm emperor. This was a great humiliation. He was still looking for Yi Shiwen's flaws. As long as Yi Shiwen revealed even the slightest flaw, he would go all out and completely put Yi Shiwen to death. In the past, didn't Yi Shiwen rely on the flaw that he revealed due to his carelessness to finally give him a fatal blow? Now, he would give him a taste of his own medicine. Not to mention Emperor Tian Yi's current thoughts. Yi Shiwen was not flustered at all when facing the surprise attack of two experts. He sneered. The Avicii sword in his left hand formed a Avicii hell. He faced the dark, ferocious beast and collided with the dark world of the dark, ferocious beast. On the other side, he punched with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It formed a huge 6 paths of reincarnation and instantly suppressed the strong old man. Rumble! A series of explosions resounded on the spot, and the entire void was shaking. But what made Dan Emperor, who was next to Yi Shiwen, even more shocked was that Yi Shiwen had actually blocked the attacks of the robust old man and the dark, ominous beast by himself, especially the well-built old man. He was at the peak of the 8th realm and was only a step away from stepping into the 9th realm. Once he stepped into the 9th realm, he would immediately be on equal footing with heavenly monarch Tian Yi and become a super great figure that ruled over the entire fortune divine dynasty. However, he was suppressed by Yi Shiwen with one hand and a set of punches. He immediately understood that Yi Shiwen was not an ordinary 8th realm expert. Even the peak of the 8th realm was not as powerful as him. What? How is it possible? The dark, ferocious beast wasn't very surprised when it saw that its attack had been blocked, because when they exchanged blows just now, it already vaguely knew that its strength should be inferior to the human race emperor in front of it. However, it didn't expect that the sturdy old man who was accompanying it would also be blocked. Yi Shiwen did not know the identity of the strong old man, but he knew that the strong old man had a great background. If it was not for the fact that he had no other choice, he would not be willing to travel with the strong old man. The pressure was great, but even so, it was still blocked by Yi Shiwen. What was more terrifying was that Yi Shiwen was fighting against two and blocked both of them together. Yi Shiwen's horror had obviously exceeded his previous expectations. It made him feel a sense of fear. His whole heart was filled with fear. A look of disbelief flashed in the eyes of the strong old man. He did not dare to believe that someone only used one hand to suppress his attack. What was the bottom line of his strength? Not far away, the pupils of Emperor Tian Yi's eyes suddenly shrank. For a moment, Yi Shiwen's shocking performance of fighting against two alone had also shocked him. He is even stronger than before. Even the 8th realm emperor is not his opponent in a 2 versus 1 fight, and he did not even use that palm technique. Emperor Tian Yi suddenly felt a strong threat that he had never felt before. That feeling directly jumped from the soles of his feet to his head. It was a feeling of extreme danger. If this bastard is not eliminated, he will become a great trouble in the future. Murderous intent flashed on his face. He had to find a way to kill Yi Shiwen to prevent future troubles. How long had it been? And he had already improved to this level. If he was allowed to continue, the consequences would be unimaginable. After easily blocking the sneak attack of the two, the corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth raised slightly, and he suddenly sneered. I already said, you are not skilled, but you still dare to meddle in other people's business. You really have a reason to die. In an instant he moved. His leg was like a long whip, sweeping across the entire sky. Wherever it passed, the solid sky was swept out with a black line. It instantly spread, like a spider web, and spread across the entire sky. It swept towards the dark, ferocious beast like a lightning. The dark, ferocious beast did not expect Yi Shiwen's counterattack to come so quickly. It had just been pushed back by Yi Shiwen's powerful strength. But before it could stand firm, Yi Shiwen's counterattack followed it like a shadow, pouncing on it again. This dark, ferocious beast also made up its mind. Its originally ferocious nature suddenly erupted, and it actually stopped in its tracks. Then it charged back. Its whole body was emitting a kind of dark brilliance, and it was wrapped in it, containing a terrifying power. Bang! Yi Shiwen's leg directly swept the body of this dark, ferocious beast. Bang! A blood-curdling screech was heard, and the dark, ominous beast was sent flying upside down on the spot. Its body was drenched in blood. Its scales had been shattered by Yi Shiwen's whip kick, and its dark source had collapsed. Dark, golden blood gushed out of its body like a fountain and couldn't be stopped. The eyes of that robust old man flickered. He did not expect that the power of a simple kick from Yi Shiwen could reach such an amazing level. There was no need to add any magical power or any principles. Just the body alone was already the most tyrannical he had ever seen in his life. What are you looking at? It's your turn. While he was still in shock, Yi Shiwen's next attack had already arrived and directly pounced in front of him. Damn, do you really think that I am the same as him? The robust old man was furious. Yi Shiwen had actually used the same method to deal with that dark, ferocious beast to deal with him. He was at the peak of the 8th realm and was definitely not as easy to attack as that dark, ferocious beast. However, such a roar was of no use, because Yi Shiwen's attack had almost reached him in the blink of an eye. His fist cut through the sky, like the first ray of light cutting through the dark night, extremely dazzling. Just one punch seemed to have absorbed the world into it, and it went straight for the robust old man's face. The robust old man roared, and his whole body emitted a 7-colored divine radiance, and a hurricane swept up. He truly cultivated the law of storm, and the power of this storm formed a wall of storm in front of him, trying to block Yi Shiwen's attack. This was no ordinary storm, but condensed from the law of storm, and its power and density were many times stronger. Even so, it was useless in the face of Yi Shiwen's punch. Yi Shiwen's punch sank into the entire wall of storm. Crack, crack! A teeth-aching, cracking sound was heard. An entire wall of storm collapsed in front of everyone's eyes. Bang! The fist cut through the sky and smashed the robust old man's chest, and blood sprayed everywhere. Chapter 3258. In a short period of time, 3 8th realm supermasters were severely injured together, and all this happened too fast. It didn't even give anyone time to think. Or perhaps before this, perhaps no one thought that Yi Shiwen, who was also in the 8th realm, could severely injure other 8th realm supermasters with a crushing advantage. The 3 of them had been seriously injured in a short period of time. In fact, it had only been a few moves from the beginning to the end. Even a fool could see that Yi Shiwen's strength was almost overwhelming. He was completely above the 3 of them. Damn, has he already stepped into the 9th realm? Not far away, the pale face of the Ghost Emperor in red, who finally reassembled her body with great difficulty, showed a somewhat horrified look. Yi Shiwen's performance just now almost made her think that she encountered a Ninth Realm supermaster. If Yi Shiwen really stepped into the Ninth Realm, then with his amazing performance all along, this operation might really lose more than gain. She might also face Yi Shiwen's revenge in the future. The dark behemoth and the strong old man who were beaten to the point of vomiting blood actually had such a guess. After all, Yi Shiwen's performance was too amazing. No, he hasn't stepped into the Ninth Realm. I won't mistake that aura. Emperor Tian immediately reacted. Yi Shiwen's performance didn't look like he had broken through to the Ninth Realm, but according to his combat power, even if he hadn't stepped into the Ninth Realm, he should actually be one step into the Ninth Realm. It must be said that although Emperor Tian he was beaten up by Yi Shiwen previously, he still had some basic insight because he was an existence that had truly stepped into the Ninth Realm. Therefore, Yi Shiwen couldn't hide the fact that he hadn't stepped into the Ninth Realm after all. But even so, he was still shocked by Yi Shiwen's strength. Even if he was in Yi Shiwen's position, he probably couldn't injure the three so easily. Moreover, what made him most afraid was that Yi Shiwen hadn't used the palm technique that made him suffer a big loss previously. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen hadn't used his full strength yet. He also had his own judgment that Yi Shiwen definitely couldn't keep using that set of palm technique. He must pay some price, but he didn't know what the price was. But what he knew was that it was definitely not small. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen wouldn't have used it long ago. With the strength of these three, they probably wouldn't have lasted until now. What was he waiting for? Emperor Tian Yi's eyeballs kept turning. He was thinking of thousands of things, but his eyes were fixed on Yi Shiwen. He wanted to find a flaw to attack. In the battlefield, Yi Shiwen didn't stop after severely injuring 3 people in the blink of an eye. The demon wings behind him suddenly spread open, and he rushed to the front of the Ghost Emperor in red. The red-clothed Ghost Emperor had been cleaved into 2 halves by Yi Shiwen's sword earlier. He had just reassembled himself. His combat power was incomparable to his peak state. He had suffered a big loss when he had fought with Yi Shiwen earlier. He had blocked all his sources of essence and had suffered heavy injuries in an instant. This time, Yi Shiwen rushed over again. It was almost exactly the same as before. The sky was sealed and everything seemed to be covered. At this moment, Yi Shiwen's hands tore the sky full of golden light, and he directly rushed to the chest of the red-clothed Ghost Emperor. He wanted to tear her into 2 halves again. The red-clothed Ghost Emperor was shocked and angry. She didn't expect Yi Shiwen to kill again in such a short time. She immediately screamed, and countless resentful ghosts rushed out from her body. In an instant, they had formed a mighty tide, and they rushed toward Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen sneered. Countless fire phoenixes whizzed out of his body, forming a huge sea of fire. It took shape majestically and suddenly burned in the direction of the red-clothed Ghost Emperor. This was Nanming Li fire. Yi Shiwen had cultivated it to the origin. Even if the phoenix ancestor was reborn in the past, it would only be at this level. Ah! 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 A sharp scream came. Those resentful ghosts, malicious ghosts, and wronged ghosts couldn't resist the burning of the fire phoenixes at all. In just an instant, they were burned to nothing. They couldn't even resist a little. They had met their nemesis. Although the red-clothed Ghost Emperor had already gotten rid of the characteristics and weaknesses of the ghost path, as long as the world was still divided into yin and yang, it was naturally difficult to escape the principle of mutual promotion and restraint. Yi Shiwen's speed was even faster. He almost followed the flame and rushed all the way to the front of the red-clothed Ghost Emperor. Rip! With a loud sound of silk tearing, the red-clothed Ghost Emperor screamed and was torn into 2 halves. Before her body could recover, she was already surrounded by the Nanmingli fire and burned fiercely. She struggled desperately, trying to escape, but it was useless. Yi Shiwen made a big move, grabbed her, and put her on the Nanmingli fire to roast. The ghost energy on the red-clothed Ghost Emperor's body was quickly burned, and she began to scream. Her whole body was emitting green smoke. That was the origin of the ghost energy on her body, and at the same time it was also her foundation. Now, it was evaporated by Yi Shiwen's Nanmingli fire. Ah, the mournful ghost howl of the red-clothed ghost emperor spread throughout the world. It made people shudder. It was as if they had fallen into the kingdom of death. The dark, ominous beast and the sturdy old man's complexion turned pale. Yi Shiwen's fighting style was simply too cruel. He wanted to burn the red-clothed ghost emperor alive. Moreover, the red-clothed ghost emperor was different from them. She didn't have a physical body. She was just a spiritual body condensed by great magic power. Usually it didn't seem to be much, but now it was obvious that she was at a disadvantage. As long as her physical body was burned to ashes, her spirit would naturally be annihilated, because her physical body was where her spirit was located. Damn it, I can't let him succeed. The strong old man seemed to realize something. Yi Shiwen was planning to defeat them one by one. He must not let him do so. However, as soon as he moved, the injury on his chest was affected, and he spurted out a mouthful of old blood. His chest was pierced by Yi Shiwen's fist just now, and his entire body was almost penetrated. Such an injury could not be said to be light. The fist intent was still raging on his body, not giving him time to recover. The key was that the red-clothed ghost emperor was a little too weak. She couldn't even resist one move. Or could it be that Yi Shiwen was too strong? Emperor Tian-Yi, why aren't you making a move? The strong old man said angrily. He suddenly had a feeling of a fox mourning for the death of a rabbit. For the first time, he had a feeling that mortals would suffer in a fight between immortals. They were both in the 8th realm, and he had even stepped into the peak of the 8th realm. However, compared to Yi Shiwen, the gap was really too big. Emperor Tian-Yi's words were slow, and he made a move without any warning. In his hand, the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant appeared, and it suddenly drew a shocking arc in the sky. Behind him, a pair of wings suddenly flickered, and his figure instantly rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. Fast! 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 Like a bolt of lightning, Emperor Skywing had already charged towards them. He was simply too fast, and he was simply too powerful. He was a true 9th realm existence. Compared to the muscular old man who was at the peak of the 8th realm, he was clearly not just 1 or 2 levels stronger. Yi Shiwen only felt a burst of cold air pouncing on him from behind. The phoenix wing, gold-plated dang had already appeared behind him and was pointing straight at his heart. Do you think I will not have any defense at all? Yi Shiwen sneered, and his big hand suddenly turned over. The ghost emperor in red, who was on the verge of death, was directly grabbed by him, and then collided with the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant. Ah! The ghost emperor in red, who was already on the verge of death, was hit by the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant on the spot. Her physical body that was as solid as a rock finally couldn't be controlled, and it collapsed directly. The spiritual body that she condensed could not resist at all, and it turned into nothingness on the spot. It turned into ashes directly, leaving only an inner world that Yi Shiwen grabbed. Yi Shiwen opened it and took a look. As an emperor of the 8th realm, the ghost emperor in red's inner world indeed had a lot of good things. There were many good things that were rarely seen on normal days. After all, the 8th realm was already the ultimate master after the 9th realm. Moreover, the ghost Tao that the red-clothed ghost emperor had practiced on a daily basis, as well as many ancient books and records that he had left behind. These books and records were also very useful to Yi Shiwen. That was because the death law was one of the 3,000 martial arts that he had practiced. The red-clothed ghost emperor's path of cultivation was also very important to the 4 cardinal laws that he had practiced. However, for Yi Shiwen, the most useful thing at present was the 10-level 2 dragon veins in her inner world. Even Yi Shiwen was tempted by such wealth. Damn it! Emperor Tian, he was furious to the extreme. He was actually used by Yi Shiwen as a tool. Although he had reacted very quickly, he still couldn't make it in time. The Ghost Emperor in red still died on his gold-plated phoenix wing pendant. Die. Emperor Tian, he was furious. The gold-plated phoenix wing pendant in his hand slashed at Yi Shiwen at a faster speed. Everyone could clearly see a trace wherever it passed. Within this trace, everything was dead. Nothing could exist in it at all, whether it was life, spirit, or even laws. All of them were annihilated. Yi Shiwen's hand shook, and the martial emperor seal appeared in his hand. He collided with the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant. Dang! There was a huge roar, and a burst of sparks splashed. This burst of sparks actually burned the laws of heaven and earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, and everything. Yi Shiwen's body seemed to be unable to resist, and his body flew out. Before Emperor Tian Yi had time to be complacent, he saw Yi Shiwen directly pouncing in the direction of the dark beast with the recoil force. He did it on purpose. Chapter 3259. At this moment, even if Emperor Tian Yi was a fool, he wouldn't know that this was Yi Shiwen's scheme. Yi Shiwen made use of his attack to create an unguarded opportunity. No matter how cunning the dark, ferocious beast was, it wouldn't expect that Yi Shiwen would actually attack it while fighting with Emperor Tian Yi. Yi Shiwen obviously made use of this mentality. No one expected that he would dare to attack so brutally. That dark, ominous beast was completely dumbfounded at this time. Yi Shiwen had already arrived in front of it by the time it reacted. I'll fight with you. At this time, the dark beast had yet to recover from the serious injuries caused by Yi Shiwen. However, it did not have time to consider these at this time. Every scale on its body was blooming with dark light. Every scale was a dark kingdom. All kinds of dark kingdoms were blooming with unimaginable, amazing power. At this time, these dark kingdoms collapsed in an instant, and the amazing energy formed from the collapse also gathered together. At this moment, the dark beast destroyed these holy kingdoms that it had cultivated for many years. It was a scene of doomsday everywhere. It was so that he could accumulate enough power in a short period of time. He had to survive this move. As long as he survived this move, everything would be fine. He knew that he only had one chance to launch a sneak attack like this. Emperor Skywing would definitely not give him a second chance. An unparalleled dark power formed in front of the dark beast, and then it was swallowed by it. The dark beast suddenly opened its mouth, and a terrifying power formed in it. It turned into an endless dark light beam, and the law was entangled on it. It was dazzling, and it directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Die. The dark beast was furious to the extreme. It could not care so much, nor could it care about the so-called long-term development in the future. It had to survive this ordeal. This dark law contained a terrifying power. Even the experts of the Ninth Realm had to avoid it temporarily. It was too strong. It contained almost half of the dark beast's cultivation in it. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Yi Shiwen did not have the slightest change in his expression. He stepped on the heaven and earth, grasped the 8 extremes, and slapped out directly. This slap directly followed the trajectory of the law of heaven and earth. With an unimaginable shocking example, it pressed directly towards the dark light beam. Universe Creation Palm. This palm contained everything, including all creation. It seemed to annihilate everything in an instant. The dark light beam was annihilated the moment it came into contact with the palm of universe creation. It disappeared without a trace. The originally terrifying power seemed to be nothing in the face of this palm. It couldn't withstand it at all. This palm fell with the momentum of the sky and the earth. It crushed the dark light beam bit by bit, and then it fell on the dark beast. Puff! The dark, ominous beast spurted out a mouthful of old blood, and its entire body was smashed to pieces in midair. The might of this palm was too terrifying. Yi Shiwen had kicked the dark, ominous beast earlier, and the might of that kick had already been terrifying. However, It was nothing compared to the might of this fortune universe palm. This dark, ominous beast only had enough time to let out a blood-curdling screech. Then the soul hidden in its body was forced out by this palm strike. It didn't have enough time to regroup and escape. Then an earth-shattering sea of fire burst out from Yi Shiwen's body. Ah, ah, ah. A series of cries rang out. Then everyone only saw the soul of the dark, ferocious beast being completely reduced to nothing. This Emperor Skywing didn't need to be mentioned. Although he knew about the existence of the Cosmic Creation Palm long ago, when the Cosmic Creation Palm had landed on him, aside from that one sneak attack, he had actually been able to just barely resist it. Thus, he hadn't thought much of it. But when this palm fell on the dark beast, it could really see how ferocious it was. Even an emperor of the 9th realm wouldn't dare to think of killing a super existence of the 8th realm with a single palm strike. Only heavenly masters and above could achieve this. However, Yi Shiwen had almost achieved this by relying on the universe creation palm. He was even more afraid of the universe creation palm, and at the same time he was even more greedy. He must get this set of palm technique. And not far away, the strong old man only felt a chill all over his body. A chill suddenly jumped up from the soles of his feet and went straight to the top of his head. Almost his whole body was frozen, or it should be said that he was scared. This is simply a joke. He only felt that Yi Shiwen was terrifying, but he never thought that Yi Shiwen had the ability to kill him in seconds. He actually still has such a move. At this time, he finally understood why Yi Shiwen could seriously injure Emperor Tian Yi previously. The so-called sneak attack was just an excuse. The real, terrifying trump card should be this set of palm technique. When he looked at Monarch Skywing again, although he was shocked and angry, he clearly knew about it. He couldn't help but grit his teeth in hatred. Clearly, Monarch Skywing knew about it long ago, but he didn't tell him. It was clear that he wanted to screw them over. However, if they knew that Yi Shiwen still had such a terrifying move and strength, they would not have agreed to come here at all. They were not stupid to come here to die. As for Alchemy Emperor in the distance, he felt that his worldview was collapsing. Since he knew Yi Shiwen, he only felt that his worldview was collapsing. What a joke! Yi Shiwen actually had the strength to kill the 8th realm in seconds. No wonder he dared to look down on the heaven-devouring demon tribe. With such strength, if the heaven-devouring demon king was not going to break through to the heavenly master realm, there was really nothing to be afraid of. Even the heaven-devouring demon king in the 9th realm might not be able to cause any threat to him. For the first time, he was convinced from the bottom of his heart. Some people were indeed born to be invincible. And suddenly he realized that Emperor Tian Yi's gaze was fixed on him. However, he immediately realized that he had already run very far away. Just now, he had already received Yi Shiwen's words to run as far away as possible. Otherwise, if he stayed here, he would inevitably be restrained by Yi Shiwen in the end. Emperor Tian Yi originally wanted to find trouble with Alchemy Emperor and force Yi Shiwen back, who knew that Alchemy Emperor would run away quickly. While everyone was immersed in the shock of Yi Shiwen's strength, he quietly ran away. Immediately, he gritted his teeth in hatred. Originally, he wanted to use the same method to deal with Yi Shiwen, who knew that Yi Shiwen would clearly not be fooled. At this time, Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry to launch another attack. Instead, he took inventory. There were many good things in the dark, ferocious beast's inner world. Before it had the chance to explode, Yi Shiwen had already collected them. Apart from some heavenly treasures, martial arts manuals, and the like, what could be used directly were the 8-level 2 dragon veins. It was slightly inferior to the Ghost Emperor in red, but it was still a good harvest. It was worth it to directly consume half of his level 2 dragon veins. If he did not burn the level 2 dragon veins crazily, the effect would not be so shocking, let alone an instant kill. After taking inventory of the harvest, Yi Shiwen grinned. When he looked at the strong old man and Emperor Tian Yi, they were no longer strong enemies. Instead, they were moving treasuries that could walk. Especially Emperor Tian-yi. The ghost emperor in red and the dark ferocious beast in the 8th realm already had a lot of wealth. How much wealth was in Emperor Tian-yi's inner world? Yi Shiwen was tempted just thinking about it. Emperor Tian-yi also noticed Yi Shiwen's eyes, and he almost immediately read Yi Shiwen's thoughts. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Yi Shiwen did not take him seriously at all. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen treated him as a moving treasure house. Yi Shiwen had gone too far. The strong old man had goosebumps all over when he saw Yi Shiwen's gaze. He did not hesitate to burn his origin power to start healing. Then he directly retreated to the side and was fully on guard. He looked as if he was not going to fight. Yi Shiwen's astonishing strength had thoroughly made him understand the disparity between him and Yi Shiwen. The fight between these two was like a fight between immortals. Mortals would suffer a calamity. So he absolutely couldn't get involved. Although he only felt extremely sullen, he did not even have the courage to fight in the face of an expert of the same realm. If this spread out, his reputation would probably be ruined. Yi Shiwen, don't even think about succeeding today. This time, I won't be careless again. I won't give you any chance. Emperor Tianyi's expression became colder. He had already thought it through. Although Universe Creation Palm was terrifying, it must have a limit. He had to pay a price. Moreover, as long as he was careful, even Universe Creation Palm could not do anything to him. He was not the dark, ferocious beast in the 8th realm. Ha ha ha! Emperor Tian-yi, I let you escape last time. This time I will finish it. You have no chance to escape here. If you have the ability, why don't you escape into divine capital of fortune again? Yi Shiwen said coldly. He did not give him any face and directly exposed his scars. Emperor Tian-yi did not speak anymore, but the aura of his whole body was constantly rising. The gold-plated phoenix wing pendant in his hand was shining with amazing light. There was a series of cries, as if a divine bird was about to leap into the sky. And Yi Shiwen's expression also became colder. In his body, the remaining part of the mysterious creation pill had already turned into a terrifying medicinal power that completely dispersed into his limbs and bones. It drove the martial power of his whole body to rise, and he directly charged into the 9th realm on the battlefield. At the same time, there were also 10 level 2 dragon veins in the mysterious space that constantly burned and rushed into it. Countless laws and information of the 9th realm surged into his mind. On the surface of his body, the terrifying aura was also constantly rising, facing Emperor Tian-yi from a distance. Chapter 3260. Yi Shiwen had originally intended to push his strength to the 9th realm slowly, because he had already made all the preparations. All of this was simply a matter of course. For the sake of entering the 9th realm, Shao Qin had been preparing for many years. He had expended a lot of resources and wealth. If the other 9th realm sovereign emperors knew about this, they would definitely vomit blood. No one would use wealth to bully others. Yi Shiwen was like this. He was rich and willful. It was because of this investment that he could improve his cultivation in a short period of time. All of this should have been reasonable, but now, because of Emperor Tian-yi, Yi Shiwen decided to break through in advance. To break through in advance, he naturally needed to consume more resources. These 10 level 2 dragon veins were proof, but he had no other choice. The battle with Emperor Tian-yi made him truly realize the strength of the 9th realm. Just fighting against Emperor Tian-yi required him to make many calculations. In the future, when he ambushed Yi Huang, he might be killed. This was something he absolutely could not accept. Resources and wealth could only be used here to make the best use of them. Fortunately, after killing the Ghost Emperor in red and the Dark Beast, there were still a lot of spoils, so he did not suffer a loss. Emperor Tian-yi's face became more and more unsightly. He said coldly, "You actually dare to break through while fighting with me. You really don't want your life." "Why not?" Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. The possibility of others breaking through in the middle of the battle was higher because to break through, one had to multitask. Multitasking when one was at a disadvantage wasn't courting death, but he had the mysterious space, which could ensure that he could fight with all his might. He didn't have to consider the problem of multitasking. As long as he was willing to pay the price, there was nothing he couldn't do. Well, since you don't want your life, then I will fulfill your wish. Emperor Tianyi's heart was filled with anger. He never thought that one day he would be filled with anger when fighting with an 8th realm emperor. That was the feeling of being despised. Swish! Emperor Tian instantly rushed to the front of Yi Shiwen. That was extremely fast. He didn't give Yi Shiwen a chance to react at all. Fast! 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 Surpassing time and space. The wings on his back flickered with an inexplicable light, with the light of the law of time flickering within. Clearly, he had already deduced the law of speed to the extent that he could touch the law of time. Such speed could be said to be extremely fast. Yi Shiwen certainly wouldn't think that he was the only one who could touch the time law from the speed law. Although such people were undoubtedly rare, Emperor Tian was indeed the best in this aspect. However, Yi Shiwen was even more confident. This was because he was in reverse mode. Compared to Emperor Tianyi, who had used the speed law to rise to the time law, he had only touched the edge. He had first grasped the time law, then reversed it and used it on the speed of his movement technique. This mode ensured that his grasp of the time law was far better than that of ordinary people. If they were in the same realm, he was confident that he could beat Emperor Tianyi in this domain. But even so, it was no longer possible for Emperor Skywing to ambush him. He was no longer the same as before. Now he was not only at the peak of 8th realm, but also 1 foot into the 9th realm. In fact, even Emperor Skywing's movements could be analyzed by the mysterious space and used as fuel for his growth. Although Yi Shiwen knew that his mastery of the law of time was above that of Emperor Tianyi, it was impossible for him to master it completely. Otherwise, he would be able to beat the entire world just by relying on his comprehension of the law of time. Stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly opened and turned into double pupils. He could see Emperor Tianyi's actions in full view. He just roared, "Emperor Tianyi, do you think that I haven't made any progress after such a long time? Today is destined to be the day that I will achieve my greatness, and you will be the stepping stone on my path forward." The gold-plated phoenix wing pendant swept across, and the world split open. However, when it swept in front of Yi Shiwen, it seemed to be in slow motion. It directly swept into Yi Shiwen's time domain and was slowed down by Yi Shiwen's time power. However, this time domain only existed for a very short time. It was swept away by the absolute, tyrannical strength of the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant. This was Emperor Tianyi's greatest reliance. His strength was far superior to Yi Shiwen, so he could naturally rely on his tyrannical strength to defeat Yi Shiwen. There was no need for any fancy and changes at all because his strength was sufficient. However, such a stagnation was enough for Yi Shiwen to react. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen's figure suddenly retreated thousands of miles away, avoiding the sweeping range of the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant. Coldness flashed in Emperor Tianyi's eyes. This was not the first time he had seen the power of the time robe. However, it was obvious that the power of the time robe that Yi Shiwen was able to display was far greater than before. However, he only revealed a slight coldness, and the pair of wings behind him flashed. When his figure appeared again, he was already in front of Yi Shiwen. The gold-plated phoenix wing pendant seemed to have teleported and continued to slash down. Emperor Tian, he was almost like a bone maggot. He swept over like a shadow and stuck close to Yi Shiwen. He did not give Yi Shiwen a chance to escape at all. However, Yi Shiwen did not retreat again at this time. Instead, he faced it head-on. The Avicii sword in his hand slashed out a mighty sword torrent. Clang! The Avicii sword and the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant finally collided in the sky. The light of the law erupted like the genesis of the world. It turned into a rainbow and collapsed in the sky. However, such a collision only happened for a moment and stopped because both sides disappeared at once. When both sides reappeared, they were already thousands of miles away. Boom! Both sides collided again, setting off a terrifying frenzy. Then, they disappeared again and reappeared again. The speed of the battle was simply too fast. The Pill Emperors at the scene could no longer capture the silhouettes of both sides. Even if they poured all their power into their eyes and opened their heavenly eyes, it was still very difficult to see. They could only vaguely capture some silhouettes. Only when both sides appeared and clashed could they see their silhouettes. The strong old man's martial power was naturally stronger. However, even so, he could only barely capture the figure. It was still very difficult to see. Both of them were extremely fast, and both of them had already touched upon the laws of time. Their speed had soared to an unprecedented level. Speed itself was not Lu Sheng's strong point, not to mention that his cultivation level was lower than the two of them. He only felt that it was too uncomfortable to watch. At this time, he discovered that Yi Shiwen did not use his full strength at all. Only when facing Emperor Tian-Yi, Yi Shiwen's combat power was at full capacity. Fortunately, Emperor Tian-Yi was here. Otherwise, the three of them would be beaten up by Yi Shiwen in minutes. Yi Shiwen did not use his full strength previously. It should be to guard against Emperor Tian-Yi and not to play with them. However, he still dodged a little further. Although in his opinion, Yi Shiwen was definitely not Emperor Tian-Yi's opponent, even so, there was no problem at all to deal with him. The battle between the two in mid-air became more and more intense. The entire battlefield turned into an ocean of time, and the sky was divided into different plates one by one. The flow of time in each plate was different. Some places were 10 times faster than the outside world, and some places were only 1/10 of the outside world. For people who were not familiar with the time law, even if they just got close, they might be cut into pieces and die a horrible death. Such an intense battle had almost touched the peak of the entire Sovereign Emperor realm, and it quickly attracted a lot of attention. If it was in normal times, perhaps the two of them would soon face the encirclement of many experts in the Netherworld Sea region. However, it was different now. The entire Netherworld Sea region was in a mess. The Nether Heavenly Lord had passed down an order to stop these foreign experts from entering the Netherworld Sea region. However, they didn't have any good way to stop them. These experts were just too strong. They were the best of the best among the best sovereign emperors in various places. They weren't people that they could stop at all. However, they could not disobey Lord Hades' words. Hence, many people thought of a solution. That was to simply capture the weak and let some powerful Emperor Realm experts pass. After all, they really could not stop them. If they tried to stop them by force, they would only end up being killed. However, there were a few Emperor-level life forms among the nearby experts. It was just that they did not even have the thought of approaching at this time. The two terrifying forces collided in the distance. No matter which one it was, there was a possibility that they could be killed instantly. Under such circumstances, how would they dare to approach? These outsiders are each stronger than the other. Why does Lord Heavenly Master want us to stop them? Isn't it obvious that we are going to die? An Emperor Realm expert could not help but lament. Shut up. Is this something that you and I can discuss? Immediately, an Emperor Realm expert reprimanded. His voice was a little cautious. One could imagine the supreme power of Lord Hades on normal days. These two people are too terrifying. The laws they use have even reached the level of time law. These two people shouldn't be nobodies in the Fortune Divine Dynasty. I know that person. He is Emperor Tian-Yi. He has been famous in the Fortune God Dynasty for a long time. I have heard of his prestige. As for the other one, I don't know. An Emperor Realm expert immediately said. But from the looks of it, I'm afraid he is not an ordinary person. Chapter 3261. Although Yi Shiwen had gained some fame in recent years, that was in the eastern region of the Fortune God dynasty. He also had some fame in the central region, but it was rather limited. In such a short period of time, it was not enough for his name to spread throughout the Netherworld Sea region, because no one was like Yi Shiwen. His improvement in strength was simply 3 levels. Others had to go through a long period of time to establish their foundation, hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years, before they could spread their fame to the whole world. However, Yi Shiwen's speed of advancement was too fast, so his fame and strength didn't match. However, after today's battle, regardless of victory or defeat, these emperor-level creatures would probably put him on the list of the most dangerous. To be able to fight evenly with the 9th Realm Emperor Tian-Yi, although he was at a slight disadvantage, it was already shocking enough. It was not difficult to deal with them at all. At this moment, the entire situation had changed from the initial tie. Emperor Tian-Yi's shocking strength was completely displayed. This time he was clearly more careful, and absolutely did not give Yi Shiwen a chance to turn the tables. Relying on his absolute strength to crush Yi Shiwen, he gradually gained the upper hand. However, although Yi Shiwen fell into a disadvantageous position, he did not decline. On the contrary, the more he fought, the more intense his qi and blood became. Therefore, although Emperor Tian-Yi could suppress Yi Shiwen, he could only suppress him. He could not go any further and turn this advantage into harm to Yi Shiwen. Emperor Tian-Yi was also very depressed. Although he was completely suppressing Yi Shiwen, he could also feel that Yi Shiwen was still inferior to him by a level. However, Yi Shiwen was forcefully holding on with his advantages in all aspects. In comparison, Yi Shiwen was much more excited. The blood in his body was surging, and his martial power was surging, constantly charging towards the 9th realm. The medicinal power of the mysterious creation, pill, spread out in his body, so he did not have to worry about his martial power being insufficient. This was because every bit he used would be replenished a bit. Unless he used a killer weapon like the universe creation palm, it was still enough. He didn't want to use the cosmic creation palm if he could withstand it with his own strength, because he wanted to use the pressure Emperor Skywing gave him to smoothly break through to the 9th realm in advance. Although Sovereign Skywing gave him tremendous pressure, and he had to use his full strength each time, or he might be heavily injured, this was the best trial for him. As the saying went, seeking riches amidst danger. This was what it meant to him. Ha ha ha, again. Yi Shiwen and Emperor Tian-Yi collided again and again. He retreated a few steps. The blood in his body was surging, and he felt uncomfortable. However, he wasn't discouraged at all. It was as if he was the one who had won the collision. Not only did he not evade, but he also rushed forward. This forced Emperor Skywing to have no choice but to continue fighting against him. He must be crazy. The sturdy old man had an indescribable feeling when he saw the scene. He felt that Yi Shiwen had gone completely crazy. Otherwise, how could he have rushed forward when others were trying to avoid him? The other emperors also had the same thought. They saw Yi Shiwen's figure constantly flashing in the void, appearing again and again, and then rushing forward again. They didn't know how many times this process had been repeated. This kind of impact resistance also made many people understand that Yi Shiwen was a freak. His physical cultivation had reached a shocking level. Only Emperor Tian-Yi vaguely guessed some of his thoughts. Yi Shiwen was simply using himself as a stepping stone, because he could also faintly feel that Yi Shiwen was becoming stronger. Although these strengthening repetitions were not too big, if it were any other emperor, this little bit of improvement would take hundreds or thousands of years. In this way, Yi Shiwen was very shocking. Damn it, you actually dare to use me as a stepping stone. You must die. Emperor Tian-Yi roared. He was extremely angry. At the same time, he might not have noticed it, but he was extremely afraid in his heart. He was afraid that Yi Shiwen's strength had improved further, so he had such a big reaction. The other emperors were not fools. After hearing Emperor Tianyi's words, they immediately reacted and knew Yi Shiwen's plan. At the same time, they also knew why Yi Shiwen had such a strange action. It turned out that he planned to use Emperor Tianyi as a stepping stone. However, even though they knew it, they still felt that Yi Shiwen was simply crazy. It was rare to have a breakthrough on the battlefield. Moreover, he was actively seeking a breakthrough. If this was not crazy, what was it? On the other hand, Dan Emperor seemed to have faintly comprehended something. He seemed to have understood why Yi Shiwen was able to improve his cultivation to this level in such a short period of time. This desperate attitude was also one of the important reasons behind it. If it wasn't for such a desperate attitude towards cultivation, it was unlikely that he could improve to the current level in such a short time. Such a battle was rare for many years. Yi Shiwen only felt that his cultivation was still increasing. Initially, his cultivation could only be increased by closed-door training. Now it was increasing rapidly. The gold-plated phoenix wings was like a phoenix. It turned into a ferocious bird, tearing the sky and constantly pouncing towards Yi Shiwen. Extremely terrifying. And the Avicii sword in Yi Shiwen's hand was also constantly bursting with astonishing sword radiance, tearing the sky and turning into a horrifying hell that constantly crushed down. The hell and the ferocious bird collided and fought. Almost every time a world was born, and at the same time a world was destroyed because of the battle between the two sides. Both sides had almost reached the peak of the Emperor realm. The destructive power of the battle was extremely terrifying, especially under the situation where both sides did not hold back. Not in the Fortune God dynasty. Both sides did not have the slightest scruple. The huge battlefield had been turned into a mass of chaos, and almost everything was swallowed up. Damn it! I can't let him continue to break through like this. Otherwise, sooner or later, he will enter the 9th realm. Very soon, Emperor Tianyi had already discovered this point. Although a breakthrough in battle was also a fantasy for him, Yi Shiwen had already shown a great possibility. He absolutely could not let such a situation happen. Just the current Yi Shiwen was already difficult enough to deal with. If Yi Shiwen entered the 9th realm, it would be terrible. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had not used the palm technique that he was most afraid of. Martial Emperor, today, this place will be your graveyard. Emperor Skywing let out a roar as he raised all of his power to the limit. Countless laws swirled around him, forming a terrifying storm. He had already decided to finish this battle once and for all. He could not let Yi Shiwen have a chance to break through. On his body, countless feathers were roaring wildly. In each feather, a holy kingdom was born. This was the true foundation that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. He did not have the chance to use it previously, but this time, in order to kill Yi Shiwen, he was determined to fight with all his might. Soon the transformation began. The countless feathers began to transform, transforming into Emperor Skywing. In the blink of an eye, the entire world seemed to be filled with Emperor Skywing's feathers. Moreover, unlike ordinary primordial spirit avatars, every single one of Emperor Skywing's avatars had the power to destroy the world. Although they were definitely not as powerful as his real body, once the number reached a certain level, they would become extremely terrifying. Even experts in the 9th realm would probably have to flee when faced with such an attack. Yi Shiwen, it is impossible for you to escape. Thousands of Emperor Tianyi spoke at the same time. The scene was extremely shocking. The surrounding emperors were almost scared to death. Such a move was not something they could imagine at all. If they were to face such an enemy, it would be better to just kill them. When the well-built old man saw this scene, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief, because he knew that the winner would definitely be them. Although he also knew that such a move would definitely have to pay a huge price. So what? It had nothing to do with him. It was the price that Emperor Tianyi had to pay. Moreover, He deeply hated Emperor Tian-yi for watching from the side and not making a move, causing him to be seriously injured. In his heart, he was even more determined to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In fact, this scene did not seem to require him to make a move. Is this the trump card you've been hiding? But if you want to kill me, it is not enough. Yi Shiwen's eyes emitted a sharp light. He already felt that the breakthrough was right in front of him. This was his opportunity to break through. When he thought of breaking through to the 9th realm, Yi Shiwen would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. However, the enemy in front of him was indeed more terrifying. This move was a trump card that Emperor Tian-yi had accumulated for many years. It was like the saber aura hidden in the saber of the heaven-devouring demon clan's old ancestor. In terms of practicality, it was not as good as Yi Shiwen's universe creation palm. It could only be used once. He did not know when he would be able to use it again. However, it could only be used once to destroy an extremely terrifying enemy. It was a trump card among the trump cards. Unless his life was threatened, he would not easily use it. However, it was impossible for him to retreat easily. There was no buffer between him and Emperor Tian-yi. It could only be a matter of life and death. Then, let's fight with all our strength. In this battle, I will not let you have the chance to attack again. Yi Shiwen let out a long roar, and his body instantly split into 3,000 martial arts. It was as if 3,000 of him had split out. Each of them was an extremely powerful expert, and they rushed towards the feather avatars of Emperor Tian-yi. Rumble! There were shocking collisions everywhere. It was like two armies had collided fiercely. The 3,000 martial arts were like 3,000 elite soldiers. Every one of them had cultivated a great path to the point of perfection. They were extremely terrifying. The feather clones opposite them were not so elite. However, they won in terms of numbers. In an instant, the sky was filled with killings. Chapter 3262. All kinds of horrifying fights were endless. In just an instant, there was an explosion between heaven and earth. Two shocking torrents collided with each other. Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial daos were also gorgeous and powerful, but Emperor Tian-yi's feather incarnations were more numerous. Emperor Tian-yi frowned slightly. Each feather incarnation required him to spend thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, to condense. He didn't know how much he had to pay, but now they were being destroyed one by one. However, he had no choice but to watch helplessly. Fortunately, he had the upper hand in the overall situation. Although Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial arts incarnations were powerful, the number was still less than his own. Moreover, his own skill was stronger. At this time, he could turn it into an infinite advantage. Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial daos were each the condensation of his own martial daos. The root was the concept of the martial daos incarnation back then. It was sublimated when he reached the Emperor realm, and it couldn't be resurrected so easily. Gradually, the balance was broken. Emperor Tian-yi slowly gained the upper hand, and the territory of Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial daos became narrower and narrower. Everyone understood that if Yi Shiwen was defeated, rather than saying that he was defeated by Emperor Tian-yi, it would be better to say that he was defeated by Emperor Tian-yi's countless years of foundation. However, Yi Shiwen obviously didn't feel that he was going to be defeated. He didn't even have that kind of mood. Just as the encirclement gradually narrowed, he finally moved. Swoosh! His figure suddenly appeared in front of Emperor Tian-yi's feather incarnation in an instant, and he blasted out a punch. Boom! This Emperor Tian-yi's feather incarnation was no match at all. Although he could pose a threat to ordinary emperor lords in front of Yi Shiwen, the difference was too great. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen attacked continuously, and these feather incarnations were destroyed one after another. Kill them all. Emperor Tian, he wasn't anxious at all, and he just looked coldly. There were too many feather incarnations. With Yi Shiwen's efficiency, he couldn't kill them all. But since you've already made a move, then hand over your life. The wings behind Emperor Tian-Yi moved, and his entire figure was like an ancient mountain, and he directly rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. The phoenix wing, gold-plated dang in his hand, suddenly swept over and went straight towards Yi Shiwen's face. Everything seemed as if the previous situation had reappeared. However, his current situation was even worse than before. He was surrounded by countless feather incarnations. It wouldn't matter if there were only 1 or 2 of these feather incarnations. However, their numbers were enough to pose a fatal threat to him. Although he was not as frightening as the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor, he was still extremely frightening. However, Yi Shiwen was planning to use this opportunity to hone himself. So how could he retreat? Bang! 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 The battle between the two of them became even more intense. He seemed to be fighting with his life on the line. Not only were they using their bodies, but they were also using their trump cards. Yi Shiwen used all kinds of martial arts in his hands. All of these martial arts had great power in his hands, and the power was so great that it made many people tremble in fear. But even so, he was still in a precarious situation. Emperor Tian-Yi's phoenix wing, gold-plated dang, almost cut open the world and reshaped the chaos. Although he couldn't suppress Yi Shiwen with one hand like last time, he still put Yi Shiwen in danger after using the feather incarnations. Just a little bit more, and he will die under my phoenix wing, gold-plated dang. Emperor Tian-Yi gritted his teeth and didn't care about the source of his power. He kept attacking and forced Yi Shiwen into a dead end. He must let Yi Shiwen die here. On the other side, Yi Shiwen was also calculating in his heart, just a little bit more, and I can break through. He already felt that the realm barrier in his body was already on the verge of collapse. Just a little bit more and he could break through. If he didn't break through here, he didn't know how long it would take for him to break through later. Die! The phoenix wing, gold-plated dang in Emperor Tian-Yi's hand directly slashed over. The phoenix wing, gold-plated dang began to burn. The speed was too fast and the power was too strong, causing the laws to burn. Finally, Yi Shiwen let out a huge roar, and the Avicii sword in his hand slashed out a shocking light. Rumble! In the shocking collision, Yi Shiwen only felt the terrifying pressure crushing on his body. He was also burning his own qi and blood, but the opposite Emperor Tian-Yi was doing his best, and it seemed like he was going to kill Yi Shiwen in one breath. 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch. The phoenix wing, gold-plated dang approached Yi Shiwen's neck inch by inch. Emperor Tian-Yi, who was using his full strength, was too strong. Universe creation palm. Every pore on Yi Shiwen's body was spitting out spiritual energy, and it turned into a huge hand. It condensed into a palm, and it slapped towards Emperor Tian-Yi fiercely. This palm had a terrifying power that could destroy the world. It grabbed everything into it, as if the entire universe creation palm was reshaped and its power was infinite. Damn it! Emperor Tian-Yi saw the formation of this huge hand, and he knew that this should be Yi Shiwen's final trump card. But seeing that he was about to kill Yi Shiwen, he was absolutely unwilling to give up like this. The wings behind him spread out directly, and it covered the sky and the earth. It was like the wings of the sky, and it covered the world majestically, trying to stop the palm from falling. Rumble! The universe creation palm fell on the wings of Emperor Tian-Yi, and an extremely terrifying collision occurred. However, such a collision only lasted for a moment. Emperor Tian-Yi's wings could not withstand the shocking palm power at all, and it instantly turned into nothingness. Immediately after, this palm fell with lightning speed. It was like a mountain pressing down, and it went straight towards Emperor Tian-Yi. Even though Emperor Tian-Yi's current strength was stronger than Yi Shiwen's, he still could not easily block the universe creation palm. If not, he would not be seriously injured by Yi Shiwen. He was not Yi Shiwen. During this period of time, He had spent most of his energy just to recover his strength and heal his injuries. It was impossible for him to improve his cultivation in such a short time like Yi Shiwen. Thump, thump, thump. Emperor Tian-Yi retreated continuously and only barely managed to dodge the universe creation palm. The thousands of miles in front of him had already been completely transformed, just as he planned to rush forward again. But he saw that Yi Shiwen's aura seemed to have broken through some shackles, and it gushed out endlessly. It fell down one by one, and it was like the stars in the sky shooting out in all directions. Boom! 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 The aura on Yi Shiwen's body grew in circles. With each circle that grew stronger, it formed a terrifying explosion. It was like the repressed, horrifying power was released, and it overflowed. Crazily, the law intertwined, the stars revolved, and the purple aura fell from the sky with great momentum. It was as if the ruler of the world had awakened at this moment. He opened his eyes, and the world was filled with vitality. He was the god of creation. The ninth realm. Emperor Skywing seemed to shout these 3 words with a hoarse roar. He could not be clearer. This was clearly the scene of stepping into the ninth realm. Because he was also in the ninth realm, he naturally could not be clearer. He actually really stepped into the ninth realm on the battlefield. The others were completely dumbfounded. Although they were not in the ninth realm, they could still see that Yi Shiwen had a breakthrough. Yi Shiwen was already at the peak of the 8th realm. If he stepped into the ninth realm, what did that mean? It meant that he had already stepped into the ninth realm, and this was actually done by Yi Shiwen. Was he really a monster? When everyone thought that Yi Shiwen could not do it and was just holding on, he really did it. This shocked everyone, and they were shocked by Yi Shiwen's amazing performance. I finally reached the ninth realm. Yi Shiwen opened his eyes slightly, and there was an amazing light shining in his eyes. He finally stepped into the ninth realm. He felt that the spiritual power of his entire body had been raised to the peak. Every move he made was much more powerful than before he broke through. Compared to the 8th realm, the ninth realm and the ninth realm were really not the same thing. Although he had 1 foot into the ninth realm previously, he did not step into it after all. He could not understand the terrifying gap in strength. Emperor Tian-Yi, the problem between you and me can be solved in one go now. Yi Shiwen stared coldly at Emperor Tian-Yi. His eyes were as sharp as a sword. In the end, Emperor Skywing was a veteran emperor. He had experienced many trials and tribulations. He quickly calmed down, completely suppressing the shock in his heart. He just said coldly, "Do you think you can kill me just because you've reached the ninth realm?" At this moment, he no longer said whether Yi Shiwen was his opponent. He only said that Yi Shiwen could not kill him. He still had this bit of confidence. "Really? Then come and try. Do you remember I said that if I were in the same realm as you, I would beat you up like a dead dog?" As he spoke, Yi Shiwen moved. This time, he did not give the initiative to Emperor Tian-Yi, but took the initiative to attack. Whoosh! Everyone only saw Yi Shiwen's figure suddenly disappear in the sky. Before they could react, they saw Yi Shiwen had already rushed in front of Emperor Tian-Yi. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out. Boom! It was just a simple punch, but it had unimaginable amazing power. Heaven and earth were pierced, and everything collapsed in an instant. So fast! Emperor Tian-Yi only had time to raise his hand to block, but he immediately felt a horrifying, strange force engulfing his body. Then he let out a muffled groan, and his entire body flew out instantly. His figure tore a huge crack in the sky, and endless chaos poured out. And this was just a punch. Chapter 3263. How can he be so strong? Emperor Tian-Yi was blasted away. He still couldn't believe it. He could only feel his arms trembling. The power of one punch had already reached the limit. Yi Shiwen had only increased to the same realm as him, but it had suddenly increased to such a level. It was simply shocking. How much foundation had he accumulated in the 8th realm? It was not rare for a sovereign emperor to accumulate sufficient accumulations in a certain cultivation realm and advance in one go, becoming invincible in the next cultivation realm. Although the cultivation of the Emperor-Lord realm was very long, there would always be some people who held back in retreat for millions of years, tens of millions of years, or even longer. However, as far as he knew, it had not even been 10,000 years since Yi Shiwen had entered the 9th realm, let alone millions of years or tens of millions of years. What benefits had he obtained in just a few thousand years that allowed his accumulation to be so deep? No wonder Yi Shiwen was able to compete with him when he only had 1 foot in the 9th realm. At that time, he had never thought that Yi Shiwen's strength could actually increase to this level after entering the 9th realm. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Yi Shiwen had said before. They were both in the 9th realm, but Yi Shiwen was able to beat him up. Originally, he had completely scoffed at such a statement, but now he realized that he had to believe it, even if he didn't want to. The strong old man and many emperor-level creatures next to him were also stunned. Although Yi Shiwen had entered the 9th realm, this was too exaggerated. He had beaten Emperor Tian Yi with 1 punch. That sturdy old man suddenly felt a strong threat. It was a kind of intuition that told him that Yi Shiwen in front of him was very dangerous. After sending Emperor Tian Yi flying with 1 punch, Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry to attack. He was still adapting to the explosive energy. For him, in order to enter the 9th realm, he had already made too many preparations. The barrier of the 9th realm had firmly blocked him. Now that he had finally broken through this barrier, the peak of the 9th realm was within reach. The most important thing to enter from the 9th realm to the peak of the 9th realm was accumulation. Although he did not have much time now, he still had a heaven-devouring blood elixir that he had yet to consume. At that time, it would only be a matter of time before he truly became the strongest below the Heavenly Venerate level. He would also be more confident in dealing with the Heavenly Venerate Divine Fire and the Heaven-Devouring Demon Monarch. Yi Shiwen glanced at the Heavenly Wing Emperor's feather incarnation that filled the sky and just sneered. Then he directly attacked. A palm formed, like the hand of God, covered the entire battlefield, mighty and endless. Universe creation palm. Boom! Everyone watched as the huge hand came crashing down in all directions. The feather clones had no time to dodge. The moment they came into contact with the cosmic creation palm, they were all vaporized by a terrifying force. Boom! 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 Shocking collisions could be heard everywhere. Then, everyone saw a horrifying scene. An extremely horrifying scene. More than half of the endless feather clones in the sky were swept away on the spot. It's just a palm. What kind of martial arts is this? Many people were dumbfounded. Only Heavenly Wing Emperor knew about the universe creation palm long ago, but he was still shocked by the amazing power of this palm technique, because he realized that this palm technique would actually increase exponentially with the improvement of Yi Shiwen's strength. This was the most terrifying thing. Even with his current vision, he could see that this martial art did not look like an Emperor Lord's martial art at all. Although the power of an Emperor Lord's martial art would increase with the strength of the Emperor Lord, he had never heard of it increasing by several times. Universe creation palm. Another palm fell. Suddenly, the feather clones of Heavenly Wing Emperor were completely swept away. The originally densely packed feather clones that seemed to be able to fill up the sky and earth had completely disappeared without a trace. They still wanted to besiege Yi Shiwen. Now, it was obvious that it was simply impossible. He settled it so easily. Alchemy Emperor in the distance couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and said, when Heavenly Wing Emperor used this move just now, he was almost in despair. But now, it was easily settled by Yi Shiwen. He couldn't help but have a feeling of disbelief. His worldview was about to completely collapse. Yi Shiwen also withdrew the 3,000 martial arts clones into his body and looked coldly at Heavenly Wing Emperor. It's your turn next. His eyes flickered with horrifying killing intent. If Heavenly Wing wasn't eliminated, he would become a great threat in the future. Heavenly Wing Emperor saw the flickering, killing intent in Yi Shiwen's eyes, and his heart suddenly tightened. However, he didn't act rashly because the current situation was already different from before. Previously, he could leave if he wanted to. But now, even if he wanted to leave, it was simply impossible. Yi Shiwen's speed was extremely fast. He was not inferior to Heavenly Wing Emperor. In fact, Yi Shiwen's comprehension of the power of time was above Heavenly Wing Emperor. Without the advantage of realm and skill, it was really difficult to say who would be the winner. Swoosh! Heavenly Wing only saw a blur in front of his eyes. Suddenly, a figure had already pounced in front of him. 5 fingers clenched into a fist, traversed time and space, and instantly blasted towards Heavenly Wing Emperor's face. Fast! 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 Everything happened too fast. It was even so fast that Heavenly Wing Emperor could only see a figure with a speed. He only had time to raise his hand to block. Instantly, everyone only saw Heavenly Wing Emperor being blasted away like a cannonball. Then, there was another muffled groan. When everyone caught sight of Heavenly Wing Emperor's figure again, they found that he was half kneeling in the sky. His entire arm was hanging down softly. It was fractured by Yi Shiwen's punch. Blood gushed out and slid down from his arm. Heavenly Wing Emperor's face was pale. His eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. With the recovery ability of an emperor, this kind of injury naturally began to recover very quickly. The blood finally stopped flowing. He suddenly retreated thousands of miles. His figure seemed to teleport as he frantically retreated backward. Yi Shiwen's figure had already appeared in this position when everyone was wondering what he wanted to do. His fist pierced through the vast sky and turned the sky within a radius of 1,000 miles into chaos. The might of his fist had actually reached such a level. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. You dodged quite quickly. Yi Shiwen sneered, and his figure disappeared again. Damn it, he's too fast. Heavenly Wing Emperor retreated continuously, but there was no way. It was difficult for him to capture Yi Shiwen's figure. Before Yi Shiwen entered the 9th realm, his speed was almost on par with him. Not to mention now that Yi Shiwen had entered the 9th realm, his speed had risen to a limit. He hurriedly wrapped the pair of wings on his back around his entire body. However, even so, it was of no use at all. With a loud bang, there was a fierce collision sound. A fist actually broke through the protection of the wings and directly blasted in front of his face. His defense looked so ridiculous in front of Yi Shiwen's fist. It was completely useless. Go to hell. This is the moment I've been waiting for. In Heavenly Wing Emperor's hand, the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant had already appeared. It suddenly slid down and directly went towards Yi Shiwen's figure. He knew that his speed was not as fast as Yi Shiwen, so he came up with this method to wait for Yi Shiwen to be exhausted and exchange injury for injury. He had to severely injure Yi Shiwen in one go. Facing the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant that was slashing horizontally, Yi Shiwen did not have the slightest intention to dodge. He directly changed the direction of his fist and directly punched the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant with his bare hands. Dang! With a loud bang, Yi Shiwen's fist energy was released and collided with the law on the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant. There was a burst of dazzling divine light, like a waterfall dancing in the sky. It overflowed and formed a terrible storm that spread in all directions. Resisting a top-notch Dao tool with bare hands, many Emperor-class creatures could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this. They knew how difficult this was. If an Empyrean king could resist a Dao tool with his bare hands, then why would they risk their lives to refine a Dao tool? It was because a Dao tool could greatly enhance the combat power of an Emperor Lord that it was so sought after, especially the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant. After becoming a Dao tool, it had been sacrificially refined by Heavenly Wing Emperor many times. Its power was no longer the same as before. It could be called a top-notch Dao tool, but Yi Shiwen still resisted it with bare hands. The sharpness of the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant could not even break the defense of Yi Shiwen's body surface. At most, it could only leave a white mark on it. Such a physical cultivation was simply terrifying. His speed was fast, and his physical cultivation was terrifyingly strong. Moreover, from his 3,000 martial arts incarnations, it could be seen that Yi Shiwen's understanding of the law and the Great Way had really reached an unprecedented level. It was simply perfect in all aspects without any flaws. How could such a person be defeated? However, many Emperor-level creatures were very glad that this terrifying monster's enemy was not them. Otherwise, what would they do? However, for Heavenly Wing Emperor, he had to face this terrifying guy directly. However, things had already happened. There was no time for him to think more. Yi Shiwen's next punch had already blasted over. It was not a magical martial art at all. He was invincible just by relying on his tyrannical, physical body. Yi Shiwen had said before that if they were in the same realm, he could definitely beat Heavenly Wing Emperor. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen blasted over and over again. Heavenly Wing Emperor could only forcefully resist with the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant. Crack! After being hit for an unknown number of times, cracks appeared on the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant. Chapter 3264. Crack, crack! A cracking sound came from the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant. The gold-plated phoenix wing pendant was cracked. As time passed, the cracks on the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant became bigger and bigger. Then, with the point that Yi Shiwen hit as the center, the cracks spread out like a spider web in all directions. The other Emperor Lords were scared to the point of peeing. It was already scary enough to fight against a top Dao tool with bare hands. Now, Yi Shiwen even had the ability to break a top Dao tool directly. In fact, it was very difficult to break the opponent's Dao tool even with a Dao tool, let alone with bare hands. He's really a monster. Many people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then they swallowed a mouthful of saliva as they thought back to the top physical cultivators they knew. It seemed that none of them could be this strong, unless they were at the heavenly venerate level. Emperor Tian retreated again and again. His figure kept retreating because of Yi Shiwen's attacks. His figure would fly out with every heavy blow. However, he had no way to counterattack at all. He could only defend with all his strength and defend with the phoenix wing gold-plated pendant. Even though the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant had offset most of the power, his entire arm was still completely numb. He felt that his entire arm was about to break apart with every shock. After all, the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant was not a Dao tool that specialized in defense. It couldn't completely offset Yi Shiwen's monstrous power. Yi Shiwen's strength also shocked Emperor Tian to be able to do this with his own strength. At this time, he was already regretting in his heart. He didn't regret finding trouble with Yi Shiwen, but he regretted not being more cautious and bringing a few more experts to kill Yi Shiwen in one fell swoop in the Fortune Divine Capital. Then, there wouldn't be so many things later. Yi Shiwen's attack seemed to be boundless, but in fact, all of the power was in his hands. Therefore, each of his attacks was accurate to an unimaginable extent. Each of his attacks hit the same point, and under the continuous bombardment, cracks finally appeared on the phoenix wing gold-plated dang. Due to the restorative ability of a Dao tool, even if there were some cracks, it would be able to quickly recover. However, Yi Shiwen's terrifying destructive power continued to bombard the phoenix wing gold-plated pendant one after another. Therefore, the restorative ability of the phoenix wing gold-plated pendant became useless. Finally, the cracks caused the entire gold-plated phoenix wing pendant to crack uncontrollably and spread rapidly. Clang! With a loud bang, the entire gold-plated phoenix wing pendant finally broke into two. Then, everyone saw that without the gold-plated phoenix wing pendant as a shield, Empyrean Emperor Heavenly Wing was unable to withstand so much power pouring out. He was sent flying on the spot, and blood instantly splashed out. His entire arm had already been injured by Yi Shiwen, and now blood was splashing out, and the muscles of his entire arm had exploded. Without the Phoenix Wing gold-plated pendant, Emperor Tianyi's combat power immediately dropped by a level. What made many people even more horrified was that Yi Shiwen was only relying on his own strength to fight so far. He had not used his full strength at all. However, even so, Emperor Tianyi could not resist at all. How can it be? How can he be so strong? He has only entered the 9th realm. How can his combat power improve so much in one go? The sturdy old man looked at Yi Shiwen as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe it at all. Although he didn't participate in the battle, he saw the battle clearly. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. A person who came later actually defeated Emperor Tianyi in a crushing manner. If he was allowed to grow, it would be a piece of cake for him to grow to the level of the 10 major emperors in the future. Only at this level. It's really disappointing. Yi Shiwen said with a faint smile. The qi and blood of his entire body were raised to the extreme. His dual pupils seemed to be able to see through the past and the future, seeing everything in his eyes. You dare to make my human clan surrender with just this? Yi Shiwen looked at Emperor Tianyi and said, It would be fine if you did not appear, but you actually dare to organize people to ambush me. You must be tired of living. Emperor Tianyi could not help but sigh in relief when he saw that Yi Shiwen did not immediately pounce on him. He quickly took this opportunity to recover his body. At this moment, he already had the intention to retreat. This time he could be said to have exhausted all his schemes and used all his means. But he still could not do anything to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen actually allowed Yi Shiwen to break through to the 9th realm. There was really no other way. Stop talking nonsense. It's just a battle. He already felt that all his escape routes were sealed by Yi Shiwen. It was impossible to escape. The whole world seemed to be in the hands of Yi Shiwen. Since Yi Shiwen entered the 9th realm, his control of heaven and earth had already surpassed Yi Shiwen's. The balance between both sides had long begun to tilt. Now that he had been forced into such a situation, he no longer had any thoughts of escaping. Over the years, he had been a top-notch sovereign emperor that roamed the world. Naturally, he still had some pride. Well said. It's just a battle. Last time, you escaped from my hands. This time, you will definitely not escape from my hands again. I know that you are not convinced that I used the universe creation palm to defeat you last time. Now, I will use my original power to defeat you. As Yi Shiwen spoke, he finally moved. He had almost grasped all the power in his body. Emperor Tianyi was stalling for time, but wasn't he also stalling for time so that he could adapt to the strength of the 9th realm? 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Shiwen clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out. The aura of 6 paths of reincarnation swept into 6 huge storm of laws. It surrounded his arm and swept wildly. Behind him, 6 paths of reincarnation condensed and began to rotate one by one. In an instant, the power of heaven and earth was driven by Yi Shiwen's fist. Emperor Tianyi was forced to this extent, and his ferocious nature was unleashed. He simply let out a long roar and wanted to fight with Yi Shiwen. He raised his other uninjured arm and blasted out a punch. Suddenly, countless feathers gathered and scattered. It was almost as if there were endless evolution of laws. It was also an extremely brilliant fist technique. Although he had left the Phoenix Wing gold-plated pendant and his entire strength was reduced by a level, he was not helpless. Bang! The 2 fists collided fiercely, and the natural laws of both sides manifested, transforming into a terrifying domain, transforming into a frightening power of the heavens, devouring each other, almost completely annihilating everything about the other. Emperor Skywing was only able to hold on for a short period of time before he felt that his fist seemed to have encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. He was unable to withstand it at all and was immediately smashed into pieces like a thin piece of paper. The momentum of Yi Shiwen's fist didn't diminish, and it fiercely blasted towards Emperor Tianyi's face. Not only did his fist momentum not diminish, but it also increased rapidly with the passage of time, especially after breaking Emperor Tianyi's fist momentum. It seemed to have absorbed some nourishment and had already grown to a point where it was difficult to resist. Bang! Emperor Tianyi dodged slightly. He only had time to resist a little before he was sent flying. His shoulder had already been smashed into pieces. Flesh and blood were everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. What a terrifying fist momentum! Dendi could feel the pain when the lost storm brought by Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist scratched his face. With his emperor's physique, he could still feel this pain. It was imaginable how painful this punch was. Just watching from afar, Denda felt the pain on behalf of Emperor Tianyi. He had suffered this blow. Empyrean Emperor Skywing could no longer sense any of this. He felt as though the world had suddenly turned dark. This was a sign that he was about to faint. For an Empyrean Emperor, this was practically impossible. The so-called fainting was just a subconscious means to protect the body. However, for an emperor, he had long controlled every cell and every atom of his body. This kind of fainting was almost impossible for him. He forcefully clenched his teeth to wake himself up, but it was of no use at all because Yi Shiwen's next blow had already landed. Above Emperor Tianyi, the seal of the overturning sky seal was formed by the martial emperor's seal. It expanded against the wind and rotated. It was almost like an ancient sacred mountain as it fell down fiercely. Boom! All of this happened too quickly, not giving him the slightest chance to escape. His entire body slammed into the sea region. Instantly, a huge pit was formed in the entire sea region. It was like a meteorite hitting a planet. It was even more spectacular. The destructive power of an emperor was too shocking. In just an instant, countless races were killed. Emperor Tianyi only felt that his body was collapsing on the spot. Under the attack of the martial emperor's seal, it completely collapsed. He couldn't resist it all and completely turned into a cloud of blood mist. He kept roaring and tried to struggle, but it was of no use at all. Above his head, another sword light fell down fiercely like a galaxy. Pucci! Emperor Tianyi's struggling spirit was destroyed by this sword light in an instant. Even the spirit of a 9th realm emperor couldn't withstand such continuous attacks. It completely turned his spirit into nothingness. As soon as Emperor Tianyi's body reassembled, Yi Shiwen kept it together with the 2 pieces of the phoenix wing gold-plated pendant. When the robust old man saw this scene, he was almost scared to death because he saw that Yi Shiwen was actually looking at him. Chapter 32:65. The burly old man felt at the moment Yi Shiwen stared at him. He felt a chill down his spine. The battle just now ended too quickly. The speed of Emperor Tianyi's defeat was also far beyond everyone's imagination. No one expected that Emperor Tianyi, who was also in the 9th realm, would be so vulnerable when facing Yi Shiwen. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. In just a moment, he was completely defeated, especially after he lost the phoenix wing gold-plated pendant. He could not even withstand a few moves from Yi Shiwen. This made Yi Shiwen even more terrifying. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Yi Shiwen had completely freed his hands. The burly old man quickly shuddered, and his entire figure gradually disappeared into the air. It turned out that he had already fled thousands of miles away. This was just an afterimage. Although his cultivation was not as good as Yi Shiwen and Emperor Tian, he was still at the peak of the 8th realm. At this time, his speed of escape was also extremely fast. Yi Shiwen sneered slightly and said, "Want to leave?" His double pupils opened. An entire world was within his sight. He immediately found that the burly old man's figure had already flown hundreds of thousands of miles away. However, it didn't have any effect on Yi Shiwen. He directly shot out his palm. Suddenly, the mighty palm momentum covered the sky. There was no hope of survival under the universe creation palm. Boom! The muscular old man desperately tried to fly, but it was useless. He only felt that the entire sky was covered by this giant hand. The speed at which the giant hand slammed down became faster and faster, and finally it landed on his body. In an instant, an earth-shattering sound spread out like a nuclear explosion. Bone fragments flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. The sturdy old man was smashed into pieces by a single palm strike and turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky on the spot. An expert at the peak of the 8th realm could not even withstand one move from Yi Shiwen. He was instantly severely injured. Before he could reassemble his physical body, a sword light fell from the sky and fell into the blood mist, killing his spirit completely. After a while, his reassembled physical body was also kept by Yi Shiwen. After killing this burly old man at the peak of the 8th realm, Yi Shiwen just glanced around. Those emperor-level creatures who were secretly watching suddenly felt a chill down their spines, like they were being stared at by a monster. Suddenly, they understood that this was Yi Shiwen's warning to them. They didn't dare to stay any longer, and quickly scattered like birds and beasts. Although doing so would be very shameful for the emperor-level life forms, but compared to losing face, their lives were more important. Not to mention, they were also very clear that even if they rushed up and besieged Yi Shiwen, they would ultimately be killed in one move. Just as they thought, Yi Shiwen was indeed warning them. He did not intend to start a massacre because he was not sure what it would attract. The Netherworld Sea region was too mysterious and powerful. Today was not the day to start a massacre. Then he counted the harvest this time. As a 9th realm emperor, Emperor Tian Yi was indeed very rich. Together with the other 8th realm experts, he obtained a total of 60 level 2 dragon veins. In addition to the 10 level 2 dragon veins that he burned, Yi Shiwen finally obtained a total of 50 level 2 dragon veins. This was the most direct wealth. If he wanted to exchange the rest for dragon veins, he would have to wait until he came out of the path of creation. But even so, he was overjoyed. Sure enough, a horse would not be fat without grass at night. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Martial Emperor. Alchemy Emperor looked a little embarrassed because he could not help much during the battle just now and could only watch from the side. However, this congratulation was sincere. He was now under Yi Shiwen's command. The stronger Yi Shiwen's strength was, the better it would be for him. With a 9th realm emperor overseeing, the rise of the human race would be unstoppable. It could be said that, apart from the few forces on the surface, the human race was already second to none. The heaven-devouring demon race only had 2 9th realm emperors, but they could already do whatever they wanted in the East region. This was the reason. Yi Shiwen was overjoyed and said, "Same to you, same to you." After stepping into the 9th realm, he could already faintly feel that there was a clear realm above the emperor. Perhaps that was the heavenly master realm. At first, he couldn't feel it at all. However, when he truly entered the 9th realm, many things naturally appeared in his mind. We have already wasted a lot of time here. Let's hurry up and go. Yi Shiwen did not say much. Yes. Alchemy Emperor immediately put away his other thoughts and said quickly. The two hurriedly flew in the direction of the crack. All kinds of battles were still erupting everywhere. The battles between the experts of the Netherworld Sea region and the invading forces had never stopped. This was also the reason why such a large-scale battle between Yi Shiwen and Emperor Tian Yi didn't attract too much attention. Only some low-level emperor-level life forms surrounded them. However, as time passed, more and more experts were approaching the spatial crack. There were Fortune Divine Dynasty's Emperor Realm experts, as well as other creatures' Emperor Realm experts. Yi Shiwen and Alchemy Emperor were hidden among these people. Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry. He could use this opportunity to consolidate his cultivation. The good fortune is mine. All of you go to hell. How dare you snatch the good fortune from me? All kinds of shouts resounded in the void. Even emperors did not seem very outstanding in such an environment. A huge crack was like a wound in the sky. From afar, it looked like a wound, but from close up, it was like an abyss. It was dark and deep, and one could not see the bottom at all. Yi Shiwen originally thought that those emperors who arrived early should have already entered the path of good fortune. But when he arrived, he realized that this was not the case. That was because there was actually a barrier surrounding the entire crevice. It was impossible for those sovereign emperors to break through it, even if they wanted to. It's the work of a heavenly lord. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and immediately recognized it. He was hidden in the crowd, standing in the crack between the planes, and did not show himself. This was because he had already discovered many tyrannical figures. Each of these figures was unparalleled in martial arts. The aura they emitted made people feel despair. No one dared to approach them at all. Only they dared to stand in front of everyone, casually. The others had hidden themselves almost as soon as they arrived, so as to avoid being targeted. Hiss! Who the hell set up a boundary to block the emperors? Alchemy Emperor could not help but gasp. He could also see that the person who set up the boundary was powerful. Yi Shiwen smiled faintly. His eyes kept searching in the void, but he said, "In the Netherworld Sea region, who else has such strength besides Heavenly Lord Hades?" From afar, he saw two familiar figures. They were the Battle Emperor and the Night Emperor. These two were also well-known figures in the Ninth Realm. They stood at the pinnacle of the world's thearchs and emperor-level creatures. They were the strongest in this realm. Night Emperor was in existence at the level of the 10 great emperors. Although the Battle Emperor was not among the 10 great emperors, it was generally believed that he was at least at this level. He might even be in existence that surpassed this level. It was just that no one knew how powerful he would be when he unleashed his true combat power. There was no trace of anyone else around these two. They were dominating this area. The Butterfly Sovereign did not appear either. Is she hiding? Yi Shiwen discovered something interesting. He didn't know whether the Night Emperor had brought anyone with him. However, the Battle Emperor had definitely brought someone with him. Whether it was the Butterfly Sovereign or the other top-notch experts that the Butterfly Sovereign had mentioned, they would encircle the Night Emperor. However, none of them were here now. There was only one possibility. They were also hiding in the space layer or in the plane gap. It seemed like the Battle Emperor did not want people to know about his trump card so quickly. Even the matter of surrounding and killing Night Emperor was carried out in secret, so that Night Emperor would not have any chance to notice. Since that was the case, Yi Shiwen also gave up on the idea of greeting them. Currently, in the sky, countless emperors were divided into two formations according to their respective camps: the Fortune God Dynasty and the Foreign Realm Creatures. The Battle Emperor and Night Emperor were the top figures in their respective formations. They looked at each other from afar, and their eyes were filled with coldness. If it was not for the fact that today's matter involved the path of creation and the attainment of creation, both parties would have already started a huge battle. However, both parties had a tacit understanding at this moment. They knew that it was useless to continue the confrontation, so they might as well break the boundary first. On this issue, both parties had common interests. Therefore, they did not hold back and attacked one after another. However, what made the emperors feel hopeless was that no matter how they attacked, they could not break the boundary set up by the Nether Heavenly Lord. "How bold! You actually dare to invade my Netherworld Sea region!" An extremely cold voice rang out from the void. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. An overwhelming pressure pressed down on them, almost like a mountain pressing down on them, pressing down on the hearts of all the sovereign emperors. Almost at the same time, the emperors who were being crushed automatically activated their defense mode. All the auras on their bodies were automatically released to resist this crushing pressure. In an instant, the majestic auras of emperors overflowed in the entire battlefield. There were thousands of them, and their power was extremely terrifying. "Oh no! The Nether Heavenly Lord has made a move." Many people could not help but have a change of expression, especially some of the older emperors. They knew that the heavenly lords had an agreement not to attack the emperors easily. Now, the nether heavenly lord was obviously not going to abide by the agreement. Chapter 3266. Many veteran emperor lords had heard of such a rumor, although no one knew whether it was true or not. Heavenly venerables had rarely appeared over the years, let alone taking action. Therefore, there had been no way to verify this rumor. However, many people believed that it should be true. Otherwise, no matter how many emperor lords the heavenly venerables went on a killing spree, they would not be able to stop them. All these years, heavenly venerate Nether had been holed up in the Netherworld Sea region. Although he was still very famous, many people had clearly forgotten about him, or rather, ignored him. Otherwise, he would not have dared to kill his way into the Netherworld Sea region so unscrupulously. However, at this moment, heavenly venerate Nether was going to take action. This made the expressions of many veteran emperor lords, especially the Battle Emperor, Night Emperor, and the others, change. Although the heavenly venerate Nether was famous, they were not powerless to fight back and could only wait to be slaughtered. If they faced the heavenly venerate Nether alone, their chances of victory might be extremely small. However, the sovereign emperors present were not ordinary people. If they went all out, even if the opponent was heavenly venerate Nether, they might still be able to fight back. Of course, it was hard to say what price they would have to pay. However, they had already been forced to this point. How could they have the time to think so much? Right at this moment, another fluctuation suddenly appeared in the sky. Heavenly venerate Nether, why make things difficult for them? This time, the path of creation has opened. Many people from the Netherworld Sea region are also qualified to enter, right? Don't be too overbearing. Otherwise, it will not be good if you provoke public anger. This voice was very calm, as if it was talking about something very ordinary. Everyone immediately pricked up their ears. It was obvious that another supreme existence had taken action. However, who is it that could stand on equal footing with heavenly venerate Nether? Heavenly venerate North. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? However, others may not know what is on the path of creation, but do you not? You're really ruthless. But since you've spoken, I'll give you face today. As soon as this voice fell, heavenly venerate Nether's pressure disappeared. Even the boundary around the crack disappeared without a trace. At this time, everyone finally understood that it was Lord North who had spoken. No wonder even Lord Hades had no choice but to give him face. The Northern Heavenly Venerate's main opponent was the Nether Heavenly Venerate, the supreme existence that presided over the Northern region. In the distant past, the borders between the Fortune Divine dynasty and the outer regions had not yet been fixed. It was not uncommon for the Fortune God dynasty to organize an army to slaughter their way into the Northern region, or for the foreign tribes to plunder the Northern region. Under such circumstances, not to mention an emperor, even an Empyrean would have to make a move. Northern Lord and Lord Hades had fought many times. As for the outcome, no one knew. At their level, if they didn't go all out, they could at most maintain a stalemate. However, no matter what, the Northern Heavenly Venerate was a supreme existence that could fight against Heavenly Venerate Hades. The two of them must have had some misgivings about each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made Heavenly Venerate Hades retreat with just one sentence. As a result, the Nether Heavenly Lord's grand plan ended hastily. The moment the enchantment was lifted, many emperors turned into balls of light and flew into the crack. What is Heavenly Venerate Hades talking about? Yi Shiwen frowned slightly. He only felt that there was something fishy about this matter. This matter was not right from the beginning. Why did the Nether Heavenly Venerable want to stop others from entering? This was completely illogical. If he did so, not only would he be standing on the opposite side of the Fortune God dynasty, but he would also be offending the other outer domains. What was the reason behind Heavenly Venerate Hades' opposition? But the Fortune God dynasty vigorously pushed for it. He wasn't a 3-year-old child. Naturally, he wouldn't be naive enough to think that the world was black and white. Everything that heavenly venerate Hades supported was wrong, and everything that the fortune god dynasty supported was right. However, he still couldn't figure it out. At this time, he had too little information in his hands. After all, he wasn't a heavenly venerate, so he couldn't come into contact with many things. Martial Emperor, hurry up, or we won't make it in time. The Alchemy Emperor couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw that Yi Shiwen didn't move and seemed to be thinking about something. Yi Shiwen finally raised his head and said, "All right, let's go." The two of them took a big stride forward and also stepped on a ray of immortal light, disappearing into the dark crack. As soon as they entered the crack, Yi Shiwen immediately felt a powerful force tearing at his body. A powerful force was wreaking havoc. Soon, the two of them passed through the crack. After entering the crack, the two of them opened their eyes and immediately saw a scene of surging immortal mist. There were indescribable crystals everywhere, which was different from the scene that Yi Shiwen had seen when he entered the path of creation. It seems like the path of creation is definitely more than what I saw when I came here. Yi Shiwen thought to himself. When he first came here, he saw the same path. However, when he saw it now, it was a completely different scene. However, there were still some similarities. Just like before, as soon as Yi Shiwen entered the path of creation, he immediately felt the spiritual power in his body being consumed rapidly. Every step forward consumed a huge amount of spiritual power, as if he was withstanding a huge pressure. However, it was completely different from before. Yi Shiwen was only at the peak of the third realm back then, which was slightly weaker than the Alchemy Emperor now. However, he was already at the peak of the Emperor Lord now, so he naturally couldn't be compared to the past. Moreover, he now had close to 100 level 2 dragon veins in his body, which could be replenished at any time. So he didn't have to worry at all. He had been to the path of creation before, so he naturally wouldn't come here without any preparation. The Alchemy Emperor's expression was also solemn. He had also walked the path of creation, so he naturally understood the difficulties and dangers of the path of creation. The two of them glanced around and didn't find any other Emperor Lords nearby. It seemed like when they passed through the crack, they must have been separated into different places. The situation here is too strange, as if something is suppressing us. If you're not an Emperor Lord, you'll be courting death by coming here. The Alchemy Emperor said with a frown, "Fellow Taoist Emperor, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Yi Shiwen asked. The Alchemy Emperor turned around and said to Yi Shiwen, "I think I have to leave for a period of time. I still have things to do in the path of creation, so I'll meet you when the time comes." "All right." Yi Shiwen nodded and wasn't surprised, since the Alchemy Emperor knew that the path of creation was very dangerous. But he still insisted on participating. He must have his reasons. Therefore, all of this was actually within his expectations. After the Alchemy Emperor finished speaking, his entire figure disappeared into the void. Obviously, he was already prepared, so he quickly found the right direction and flew all the way. Yi Shiwen, on the other hand, walked all the way to the depths of the boiling celestial mist. Mysterious crystals could be seen everywhere. Initially, he didn't know what they were, but now he could understand what they were. When he really understood, he couldn't help but gasp because he realized that in every crystal, there seemed to be a withered universe. Endless universes were compressed into a crystal. Once it exploded, the horrifying might would severely injure or even kill a sovereign emperor. No wonder he felt so much danger out of nowhere. But why were these withered universes solidified here? And how many universes were buried in these crystals that could be seen everywhere? And who compressed these universes to this extent? There were too many unknowns. It could even be said that this was the greatest secret of the Fortune God dynasty, and no one knew what was contained in it. The deeper Yi Shiwen walked, the more he could feel the mysteries within. Yi Shiwen could even feel that time and space were different here, and even the laws were different from the outside world. Therefore, he felt unskilled and couldn't even absorb any energy from heaven and earth for his own use. To an emperor lord, this was simply an impossible miracle. At his level of cultivation, regardless of whether it was light, dark, or evil, as long as it was energy, he could convert it for his own use. Be it demonic chi, spiritual chi, or any other spiritual chi, there was no difference. However, he couldn't obtain any replenishment here at all, which was obvious. Soon, Yi Shiwen sensed the presence of many emperor lords. These emperor lords, like Yi Shiwen, were also heading towards the depths of the path of creation. What? A heavenly venerate's tomb was discovered inside? Suddenly, a rumor spread among the many emperor lords, and it was unknown who had discovered something ahead. Soon, the auras of these emperor lords began to accelerate towards the front. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel a little tempted. In the Fortune God dynasty, he had only heard about heavenly venerates, but he had never seen any other heavenly venerates besides Pantheon Venerate. Pantheon Venerate wasn't actually at his peak, and they couldn't be compared at all. His heart thumped, and he also rushed in that direction. Soon, a huge tomb appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. This tomb was formed by heaven and earth. Even in the path of creation, it was a miracle that it could form a tomb of its own. It should be known that when an emperor lord died, they could often form a huge tomb according to the local conditions, which was a sky burial. However, on this path of creation, emperor lords' corpses could be seen everywhere like cabbages on the roadside. This made this tomb even more extraordinary. Chapter 3267. In the path of creation, even the laws were different. Compared to the outside world, it was much more unfamiliar. Perhaps only heavenly venerables could condense a great tomb here. Their own laws could shield them from the obscure laws here and form a world of their own. Therefore, the great tomb of any heavenly venerables was in fact an independent world. The more Yi Shiwen walked, the more he could feel the strangeness of the laws here. He simply opened the mysterious space and began to analyze the laws here. After burning a total of 10 level 2 dragon veins, he barely managed to analyze some things. And it was these things that made him almost cry out in surprise. He discovered that the number and variety of laws here were far beyond his imagination. With his current cultivation, he knew all sorts of laws like the back of his hand. Compared to an Empyrean, the only thing he lacked was a deeper understanding of the laws. However, just the laws that were analyzed by the mysterious space contained many laws that he had never heard of or seen before. There were even many similar types of laws that overlapped but were different. For example, there were many types of fire attribute laws. As far as he knew, whether it was the most ordinary flames in the world or the flames of the Nanming mythical fire that he cultivated, although their appearances were different and their powers were worlds apart, they essentially followed the same fire attribute laws. However, there were many different types of fire attribute laws here. They were completely different cultivation systems, just like the martial arts of the humans and the magical powers of the demon race and the demon race. They were completely different. Moreover, there wasn't just one type of fire attribute laws here. There were many types of fire attribute laws here. Moreover, it wasn't just the fire attribute laws. Other laws were the same. Among them, Yi Shiwen also saw familiar laws that were inherited from the outside world. It was just that these laws were entangled with other laws and were difficult to distinguish. No wonder even an Emperor Lord is unable to absorb even the slightest bit of energy from the path of creation. It turns out that even the laws are different. Yi Shiwen suppressed the shock in his heart. It should be known that any world was composed of laws, rules, time, space, and many other elements. The laws were the foundation of the foundation. If even the laws changed, then an Emperor Lord would also lose his power. After all, an Emperor Lord was much more powerful than a quasi-emperor. To a large extent, they could use the laws of heaven and earth to crush their opponents. The degree of use of such laws was already at their fingertips. However, in this environment, it was useless. It was like a human entering the demon realm. All kinds of senses were suppressed, and the laws in the demon realm were different from those in the human realm. The shallower one's cultivation was, the stronger the suppression would be. The principles of the devil world didn't have any effect on him when he stepped into the sovereign realm. In fact, he could even make use of them. Although he still couldn't compare with the devil kings of the devil world, he wasn't far off. However, there were too many different types of principles here. So, the Emperor Lords couldn't extract the principles from them. Yi Shiwen speculated that it wasn't just the Emperor Lords who couldn't extract the principles. Even the Heavenly Masters didn't have the ability to do so. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a saying that Heavenly Venerables were trapped here. How could a Heavenly Venerate be trapped here? Even with his current strength, he couldn't imagine how powerful an Empyrean would be trapped here. This was something that could be seen from Empyrean Emperor Primordius. Wasn't he also trapped here, capturing the passing Empyrean emperors as food to prolong his life? What exactly was this path of creation? Why was it so strange? The more Yi Shiwen thought about it, the more he couldn't figure it out. He knew too little. In fact, he felt that even a Heavenly Venerate might not know. He originally thought that he had some understanding of the path of creation. However, it seemed that he had been too naive. As he was lost in thought, he arrived at a huge tomb. In just a short period of time, this huge tomb had attracted over 100 Emperor Lords of all kinds and clans. Among these people, there were two leaders. They were facing each other from afar. One of them was faintly discernible, as if he was hidden in the void. If he was hidden in the void, no one would be able to discover him. That figure was extremely blurry. Yi Shiwen couldn't even make out his appearance. However, he was an ordinary Emperor Lord. Yi Shiwen saw through his disguise at first glance. It was a man with a translucent body and a cold expression, and in front of him was a corpse emperor. Yes, although he had concealed himself very well, not only did he not have the eerie and ghostly aura of an ordinary zombie, on the contrary, his body was flowing with flowing light, like a dazzling, human-shaped sun. However, in reality, this was a powerful corpse emperor. Both of them had already reached the 9th realm, and they were the strongest among the surrounding sovereign emperors. I'll say it again. This place is mine. No one is allowed to snatch it. Otherwise, you'll die. The translucent man said coldly. His words immediately caused a commotion among the many sovereign emperors. Although he was indeed the strongest, it was too ostentatious of him to restrict everyone from getting close. Void Emperor, although I admit that you are indeed very strong, if you want to monopolize this tomb of the Heavenly Monarch, you have to ask for our permission. The corpse monarch chuckled and looked at the cold man with a bright smile on his face. Yes, that's right. Void Emperor, you are too overbearing. Void Emperor, you are very strong. However, do you think that you can completely monopolize the tomb of the Heavenly Monarch by yourself? Void Emperor, don't go overboard. Overboard? So what if I'm overboard? If you have the ability, come out and confront me. Heaven-destroying Corpse Emperor, you don't have to incite these people to go against me. If you want to fight with me, then go ahead. The Void Emperor obviously didn't care about the threats from the crowd and just said indifferently. Yi Shiwen looked from afar and felt that it was interesting. The others couldn't see it, but he could see that the heaven-destroying Corpse Emperor was weaker than the Void Emperor. Therefore, he was inciting the other Emperor Lords to go against the Void Emperor. Although both of them had only faintly revealed a bit of their strength, it was enough for Yi Shiwen, who was at the same level as them, to judge that the heaven-exterminating Corpse Emperor was very strong. He had probably entered the 9th realm for quite a long time. He was even stronger than Emperor Tian-Yi, and that Void Emperor should be close to, or even had already entered the peak of the 9th realm. This was why the heaven-exterminating Corpse Emperor had no choice but to provoke everyone to oppose him. With Yi Shiwen's current strength, he could suppress the heaven-exterminating Corpse Emperor without using the universe creation palm. His foundation was too deep. Although he had just broken through, he could already casually beat Emperor Tian-Yi, who had just entered the 9th realm. Facing the heaven-exterminating Corpse Emperor who was already a veteran ninth realm existence, he could also suppress one. However, facing the Void Emperor, he was still slightly inferior. However, if he used the universe creation palm, he was confident that he could suppress and even defeat the Void Emperor. Although the Void Emperor gave him a strong feeling, he was ultimately not at the level of Yi Huang and Battle Emperor. They were at the peak of the ninth realm. In comparison, the Void Emperor could only be considered an ordinary person at the peak of the ninth realm. Even so, he could suppress hundreds of Emperor Lords by himself. His power was unparalleled. After estimating their strength, Yi Xuan knew that although the two seemed strong, in reality, they didn't pose much of a threat to him. If the two of them joined forces, Yi Xuan could escape unscathed. However, Yi Xuan wasn't in a hurry to show himself. He didn't like to show off. Moreover, everyone's eyes were on the Void Emperor. However, to him, the real focus was on this celestial Lord Great Curtain. He had seen many tombs formed after the fall of the Emperor Lords. Back then, before he became an emperor, he had gone through it. It could be said that it was a narrow escape, and the danger it contained still left a deep impression on him. And the celestial Lord Great Tomb was even more terrifying than the Emperor Lord Great Tomb because it was formed naturally. The heavens wouldn't allow you to desecrate the corpses of these great figures. It was naturally not that easy for humans to go against the heavens. If the corpses of those Emperor Lords that Yi Xuan had killed weren't taken away by Yi Xuan, it wouldn't take long for an Emperor Lord Great Tomb to form naturally. At that time, who knew how many people would be attracted and how many myths and legends would evolve? The entire Great Tomb looked like it was formed naturally. It looked like there was no gap at all. The only entrance was behind the Void Emperor. It was a large door. Although it wasn't open, one could faintly feel the dangerous aura that was spreading from it. It was completely intuition. However, Yi Xuan was very confident in this intuition. Void Emperor, I'm not trying to provoke everyone. It's just that you've gone too far. No matter how strong you are, if you want to monopolize the celestial Lord Great Tomb, I'm afraid it's still not enough. The heaven-exterminating corpse emperor only cared about smiling brightly. He didn't feel the slightest bit gloomy. In this world, strength speaks. I'm invincible in the Western region, and I've never met a worthy opponent. Heaven-exterminating corpse emperor, since you're not satisfied, then let's fight. Even I have heard of your reputation in the southern region. The Void Emperor said faintly, but his eyes were staring at the heaven-exterminating corpse emperor. If that's the case, then there's no other way. The heaven-exterminating corpse emperor saw that the Void Emperor was determined to stand on the opposite side of everyone. He knew that he couldn't use a few words to make the Void Emperor step aside. Now that things had come to this, he could only fight. Although his strength was not as strong as the Void Emperor's, he wasn't afraid of him. The gap between the same realm wasn't that big. However, just as the battle between the two sides was about to break out, the sky above suddenly began to darken. A low whistling sound came. The heaven-exterminating corpse emperor's face suddenly changed when he saw this scene. He revealed a somewhat horrified expression. Chapter 3268. It wasn't just the immortal world emperor. Even the other Emperor Lord's expressions changed when they saw the changes in the sky. Yi Xuan was no exception. This was because they already knew about the changes in the sky. It was a terrifying meteorological phenomenon on the path of creation called the creation storm. Many super sects, including the Fortune God dynasty, had records of this kind of storm. In the long history of the path of creation, this wasn't the first time a crack had appeared. There were Emperor Lords who had entered and left. Many common information about the path of creation was no longer a secret. The creation storm was one of them. It was said that this was one of the most terrifying meteorological phenomena on the path of creation. The physical body of an Emperor Lord was already the strongest and sturdiest object in the world. Apart from an Emperor Lord, there was no meteorological phenomenon in the fortune realm that could harm an Emperor Lord. However, this was the terrifying part of the creation storm. Even an Emperor Lord would not be able to withstand the blow of the creation storm. If it was an Emperor Lord who had just entered the Emperor Lord realm, he would probably be able to withstand it for a short while. After that, his bones and flesh would scatter and his spirit would be completely destroyed. Given Yi Shiwen's realm, he would naturally be able to withstand it for a long time. Even so, he was unwilling to be drawn into the creation storm. It was simply like a legendary natural disaster. This storm was mixed with endless destructive power of the nomological laws. If a tiny bit of it leaked into the fortune realm, it could destroy countless living beings. In serious cases, it might even cause one of the 4 domains of the fortune god dynasty to collapse. This was just one of the meteorological phenomena on the path of creation. Yi Shiwen hadn't paid much attention to it at first. When he had first arrived on the path of creation, he had felt that the nomological laws were obscure and he couldn't borrow any power. However, he had never encountered such a terrifying meteorological phenomenon. Now he knew that he was really lucky that he hadn't encountered it. He could clearly feel that the wind attribute nomological laws in the air had become active. This wasn't much at first, but what was truly terrifying was that there were too many types of wind attribute nomological laws that had become active. Yi Shiwen had only understood one of them. Many different wind attribute nomological laws condensed and intertwined together. The terrifying power that erupted was simply terrifying. Perhaps only those at the heavenly venerate realm would be able to resist it. As for how far they could resist it, he didn't know. However, he reckoned that they should be able to resist it effectively. Otherwise, wouldn't those heavenly venerates trapped here have all died? He didn't know whether the other Empyreans were dead or not, but he was certain that Emperor Primordius was still alive. Since this was the case, it meant that Empyreans had a way to resist. Take the heavenly exalted tomb, for example. Why were the corpses of emperors scattered everywhere like cabbages on the side of the road? Yet, the heavenly exalted tomb was able to remain unscathed despite the wind and rain. Perhaps it had something to do with the laws that had taken form. Oh no, the storm of fortune is about to take shape. With such a large area, I'm afraid it's impossible for us to escape the storm of fortune immediately. Some of the imperial emperors immediately saw the creation storm rapidly taking shape in the sky. This speed was enough to make one despair. They could even feel their robes fluttering. This was a sign that the storm was about to take shape. As far as they could see, the storm of fortune was about to take shape. There was no chance for them to escape at all. The only way is to enter the heavenly exalted tomb immediately. Otherwise, we will die without a doubt. An imperial emperor immediately shouted. Yi Shiwen wasn't the only one who could see the possibility of survival. Many people could also see that only by hiding in the heavenly exalted tomb could they possibly escape. Everyone looked at the Void Emperor. He was the one who had stopped everyone from entering the heavenly exalted tomb. Void Emperor, forget about what happened just now. If you still dare to stop us from entering, then don't blame us for being impolite. Even if we die, we will drag you down with us. An imperial emperor said without any trace of politeness. They had already been forced to this point. It was almost as if they would die if they didn't enter. In that case, there was no point in being afraid. Previously, whether they entered the heavenly exalted tomb or not was only related to whether they could obtain some of the benefits left behind by the heavenly exalted. It wasn't fatal, and there was no loss even if they couldn't obtain it. But now, if they couldn't enter, only death awaited them. At this point, how could they still retreat? Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well take the risk and drag the Void Emperor down with them. Although everyone was afraid of the Void Emperor's power, they had the determination to do so. No one had reached their current position through luck. Yi Shiwen was hiding in the dark. He had also quietly raised his martial power to the peak. He wouldn't mind killing the Void Emperor if he didn't give in. After all, it was a matter of life and death. So, he naturally didn't care about hiding his strength. Fortunately, The Void Emperor also knew that he couldn't offend the public. The current situation was completely different from before. If he still dared to stand in front of everyone now, then it was purely courting death. "But even if I step aside, can you open the door of the heavenly exalted tomb?" the Void Emperor said. At this time, everyone finally noticed that this heavenly exalted tomb still had a door. It wasn't a city gate that allowed everyone to walk back and forth. "Whatever, let's fight and fight our way in. I don't believe that with so many of us, we still can't fight our way into the heavenly exalted tomb," a sovereign emperor roared. Obviously, he wasn't willing to be captured without a fight. This sentence immediately resonated with many sovereign emperors. Rather than waiting for death here, it was better to fight to the death. This was also what they were thinking. Although they had already sensed that there was no way to replenish their consumption here, and every bit of consumption was a bit of consumption, how could they care so much at this time? Yes, let's fight. Let's attack together, and we might have a chance of survival. The heaven-exterminating corpse emperor took the lead and stepped forward. His aura instantly surged out and shot up into the sky. Around him, an incomparably terrifying aura was awakened. Wherever his aura passed, it almost turned the entire world into a kingdom of death. At this time, he truly displayed the unique, magical power that belonged to the corpse emperor. Boom! 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 At this time, many sovereign emperors didn't dare to hold back and quickly attacked. Yi Shiwen and the Void Emperor also attacked at this time. With so many sovereign emperors attacking at the same time, countless laws began to appear in the sky. The power of the laws that were originally suppressed in this world was also awakened. Among the endless laws, the laws that were of the same system as the Fortune realm were awakened one after another, and then happily appeared in front of everyone. Many of the laws formed divine chains, interweaving in the sky to form a divine web. At the same time, an unimaginably dense and heavy aura was also emitted from the heavenly exalted tomb. It was vast and mighty, almost completely suppressing everyone's power. This was the terror of the heavenly exalted tomb. Even if they had fallen, they could contend with everyone just by relying on their remaining power. At that moment, everyone was finally unable to hold themselves back anymore. Over 100 attacks shot out in a grand manner. Any one of them could pierce through a world and grab the sun, moon, and stars. All of the attacks converged together, forming a terrifying river that viciously smashed down on the gate. Boom! A massive rumbling sound could be heard as the great tomb of the Celestial shook violently. At the same time, a magical symbol of the 8 trigrams appeared on the surface of the tomb, forming an enormous spell formation that protected the entrance. The spell formation spun violently under the onslaught of everyone's attacks, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely nullified. However, even so, the sharp-eyed people still noticed that this formation had dimmed a lot under everyone's attacks. Again, it's working. The heaven-exterminating corpse emperor roared and took the lead to attack again. Countless corpse auras surged out and formed corpse dragons in the sky. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, and they fought to be the first to collide with the door. At the same time, everyone also attacked together and hurriedly attacked the formation. Boom! 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 In just a short period of time, everyone had attacked hundreds and thousands of times. The joint attack of these sovereign emperors had finally produced a shocking effect. Crack! With a loud roar, the huge formation finally couldn't rotate anymore and shattered. Then the door of the heavenly exalted tomb finally opened a little. Inside, a large amount of light rain flew out, forming rays of light that danced in the sky. Great, it's finally open. Everyone could not help but feel that they had escaped from death. The storm of creation outside had already taken shape. They had already felt that their protective Gang-Chi had been blown into pieces the moment the storm of creation took shape, disappearing without a trace. It was not enough to be used at all. Moreover, many people had already begun to scream. Under the storm of creation, their bodies turned into clouds of blood rain and scattered. Damn, this door is going to close. Everyone saw that the door had opened a little, but it was only a little bit. It was about to close again. How could they care so much? Originally, it had only opened a little bit. Everyone hurriedly flew in, not daring to stay at all. In just a moment, the entire door finally opened a little bit and closed with a loud bang. However, there were still more than 10 people who didn't have time to come in and were locked outside. They were almost the weakest in this group, so they couldn't snatch the treasure away from the others and were locked outside. At this time, they could vaguely hear their screams rising and falling. It was very spectacular, and it only dissipated after a long time. At this time, everyone was in the mood to check where they were. Chapter 32:69. After hearing the screams outside, everyone felt a lingering fear in their hearts. The emperors who stayed outside and did not hurry and were obviously blown to death. Everyone was well aware of the horror of this creation storm, so they naturally understood how terrifying it was. The Void Emperor's gaze shuttled through the void, but from the corner of his eyes, his gaze fell on a green figure. He noticed that at the moment of entering, although this person was at the back of the line, when he came in, he was second only to himself. He was even slightly faster than the Immortal World Emperor. What an impressive movement technique! The Immortal World Emperor obviously also noticed Yi Xuan's existence, but he did not say anything because this was not the time to care about such things. In their minds, the two were already thinking about the identity of this person. Unfortunately, one of them was in the southern region, and the other was in the western region. Neither was in the eastern region, so they did not know much about Yi Xuan. Moreover, Yi Xuan's rise to power was too short. For an emperor's long life, it was like sleeping for a night and waking up only to find a top expert that they did not know. Naturally, they could not figure out anything. Although they were strong, their forces were not so strong that they could casually know about the eastern region, especially when they had never actually cared about it. Yi Xuan naturally also noticed the gazes of the two, but he did not take it to heart. Although he did not intend to go all out for the time being. Since he was going to perform, then he should perform a little bit, lest others look down on him. His gaze also began to look around. After the entrance of the tomb, everywhere was pitch black, and there was not even a bit of light. Even the most powerful cultivator would find it difficult to see things here, but for the emperors, this was not a problem at all. In fact, they only muttered, "Let there be light," and in an instant the entire space was filled with an inexplicable light. There was no source of light, but the entire space was lit up. However, this light only lasted for a moment and quickly extinguished. Everyone's expression suddenly became solemn. This light source was suppressed by the laws, or rather, this space did not allow light to exist at all. This kind of environment was quite rare. Right at this moment, a shrill cry suddenly sounded out. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw an imperial monarch retreating repeatedly. A large piece of flesh had been clawed out of his chest, and he looked to be drenched in blood. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Many people couldn't help but shudder when they saw the scene. "There's something in the dark. Everyone be careful." Many people were immediately on tenterhooks. A sovereign emperor's physical body, even the weakest of them, was extremely tough. Yet a large piece of flesh had been ripped off by a casual grab from a sovereign emperor's body. What a ruthless method! Immediately, everyone heard the sound of chewing, which was even more terrifying in the darkness. There were very few people who could remain calm under such circumstances, and Yi Xuan was one of them. When he looked over, he could only see a black shadow. It wasn't that his eyesight wasn't good enough. With his current cultivation, he could see the 9 heavens and the underworld. Nothing could hide from him. However, there was a law on the black shadow that was concealing his figure, making it impossible for his eyes to see through it. Interesting! Right at this moment, another loud roar resounded, and then a huge hand of darkness instantly grabbed towards one of the imperial monarchs in the crowd. The imperial lord reacted extremely quickly, slashing down with a backhand slash. Clang! It was an extremely loud sound of metal colliding, and there were even a few sparks in the darkness. It appeared in an instant and vanished without a trace in an instant. The sword did not manage to sever the hand, but the force of the hand did not diminish. It forcibly broke through the sovereign monarch's defenses, and with a single claw, it pierced through the sovereign monarch's chest, digging out his heart. Blood immediately spurted out. Everything was so bloody. In just an instant, a formidable imperial lord had been heavily injured. The imperial lord retreated repeatedly. Although his heart had been clawed out, it wasn't a hopeless situation for him. Even so, he was still heavily injured. The imperial lord's strength was boundless, but his physical body wasn't boundlessly powerful. However, all the imperial lords just watched coldly, and none of them had any intention of making a move, because everyone knew very well that there was another layer of identity between them, and that was the identity of competitors. Because of the existence of the creation storm in the outside world, they could still join forces. But there was no need for that here. Then there was another scream, and another imperial lord's leg was clawed off. Then he was dragged into the darkness and eaten. Brother Void Emperor, why don't we join forces to finish off this beast? Although he can't pose any threat to us, if this continues, time will also be wasted. At this time, the heaven-destroying Corpse King couldn't help but say. Void Emperor's expression was solemn, and then he nodded. Although he wasn't afraid, it wasn't his intention to be trapped here. He wanted to see what was in the Celestial Master's tomb. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-exterminating Corpse Emperor made his move. His hand emitted a dazzling radiance that was as dazzling as the sun. Although it was only for an instant, it was enough for everyone. Everyone could clearly see that it was a black shadow. The black shadow was majestic, and it had 2 legs and 4 arms. As for what it looked like, it was impossible to see clearly. However, from its appearance, it could be seen that it was a ferocious creature because its entire body was emitting a ferocious aura. Bastard, die for me! The heaven-destroying Corpse King's figure flickered, and he approached the black shadow and slapped it with his palm. The black shadow's 4 hands attacked at the same time, and its 4 claws almost formed a large net, which fiercely attacked in the direction of the heaven-destroying Corpse King. Boom! The heaven-extermination Corpse King slapped the 4 claws away with a single palm strike, causing an ear-piercing sound to erupt. At this moment, he displayed his incomparably powerful physical cultivation. Just now, the Black Shadow had used its arms and doctrine weapon to resist. However, in the confrontation with the heaven-destroying Corpse King, it was at a disadvantage and instantly retreated. In this path of creation, it was almost 10 times or even 100 times more difficult than usual to use the nomological laws. It was simply not possible to use it under ordinary circumstances. Therefore, at this time, an imperial lord with a strong physical body had a big advantage. This was also the reason why the heaven-destroying Corpse King dared to take the lead in contending with him, even though his cultivation was clearly inferior to the Void Emperor's. As soon as the Black Shadow attacked, it was immediately slapped away. It hurriedly retreated, trying to escape from the range of the heaven-destroying Corpse King's control. However, when it just took a step forward, the Void Emperor had already appeared in front of it. The Void Emperor slapped with his big hand, and everything in front of it was turned into nothingness. This terrifying ability was almost invincible. Whether it was time, space, or all the nomological laws, they were nothing in the face of nothingness. The Black Shadow had just escaped from the attack range of the heaven-destroying Corpse King, but instantly fell into the attack range of the Void Emperor. Its 2 arms moved forward to resist, but were instantly turned into nothingness. The Black Shadow immediately screamed and hurriedly rushed in another direction. The direction he chose was none other than the direction where Yi Shiwen was. Yi Shiwen originally did not intend to attack, but he had to do so at this time. This was because he could also see that, rather than saying that the Black Shadow was escaping towards him, it would be better to say that the Black Shadow was being chased here. And the 2 people seemed to have a tacit understanding in an instant to block all the Black Shadow's escape routes, and forced him towards Yi Shiwen's direction. Boom! Yi Shiwen's clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. Since the two people had the intention to test him, he naturally would not be afraid to attack. He did not use any martial arts, but just a simple punch. Bang! The Black Shadow did not expect that the guy in front of him, who looked gentle and weak, was actually a super killing machine. With a punch, his entire figure was shrouded in it. The Black Shadow raised its remaining two arms to resist, but it could only resist for a moment. Then it was completely smashed into pieces and disappeared in an instant. Then the momentum of Yi Shiwen's fist didn't reduce, and directly bombarded the Black Shadow into powder. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it was only a moment. At this time, everyone finally recovered. They did not know when such a terrifying existence had appeared among them. Moreover, it was hidden. If it was not for the attack just now, who would know that the seemingly gentle and weak guy was actually so terrifying? He looked even more terrifying than the heaven-destroying Corpse King. And at this time, the heaven-destroying Corpse King slowly walked over and said, "Friend, your skills are really hidden." "It's just a small trick. It's nothing at all. It's a disgrace, a disgrace," Yi Shiwen just said lightly. He naturally understood what the other party meant by hidden. The Void Emperor just snorted coldly and did not say anything, although he was also a little afraid of Yi Shiwen's method of hiding his strength. He also knew that it was really too stupid to go against an expert of the same level at this juncture. Everyone was shocked by Yi Shiwen's amazing strength, but only he knew that the Black Shadow did not have a physical body at all. It was just that the amazing performance of being able to resist a Taoist tool with his bare hands made everyone mistakenly think that not only did he have a physical body, but his physical cultivation was also extremely tyrannical. However, in fact, Yi Shiwen discovered that it was just an illusion when they fought. Yi Shiwen was lost in his thoughts when everyone rushed forward one after another.